special meeting. First item on the agenda is the roll call.
Commissioner Cardoza?
Here.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Here.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Here.
Commissioner Keller?
Here.
Commissioner Coomerly?
Here.
Vice Chair Tan?
Here.
Chair Moss?
Here.
All 7 commissioners are present.
All right, the next item is public comment. So this is a time for anyone, this is a time for anyone who would like to speak on anything that is not on the agenda. So if there is anyone who would like to address us regarding something not on the agenda, please come forward now. All right, seeing none, we will move on to the next item, which is the action recap. Does anybody have any comments on the minutes?
Only on a correction on page 4 where it said there would be 216 rental apartments and 2,909 parking spaces. I think that's a mistake. Other than that, I would move approval.
I'll second. Is anyone opposed with that?
No.
All right, so approved by acclamation. All right, so we will move on to the next item, which is the director's report.
Okay, let me tell you about what the City Council has done since your last meeting. Your last meeting, of course, was October 2nd. The Council has had 2 meetings since then, on October 7th and October 21st. On the 7th, the Council held a study session on the Christie Avenue Park redesign and expansion, which is the next final development plan for the Marketplace redevelopment project. As you know, this item is on your agenda tonight also for another study session, and in the staff presentation on that, we will summarize for you what the Council's comments were. It's also summarized in your staff report. The Council approved a contract with LSA Associates to prepare an environmental impact report for the Sherwin-Williams project, another project that is on your agenda tonight. And the Council approved a cabaret permit for live music at the weekly off-the-grid food truck events that are now being held at the Marketplace every Saturday afternoon. Staff, just for your information, staff previously approved a temporary use permit for those events. On October 21st, the Council held a study session on the Emeryville, Berkeley, Oakland Transit Study, also known as EBOTS, and made a number of useful comments. The EBOTS study is now going to be finalized over the next several weeks, and we will be coming back, it will be coming back to the Commission at your next meeting on December 11th for a recommendation from you for approval by the City Council. Also on October 21st, the Council approved the annual art purchase award for the acquisition by the city of artwork from the Celebration of the Arts exhibition. This year, 2 works will be purchased, one for display in City Hall and one for display at the police station. As in recent years, the reception honoring these purchases will coincide with the December Planning Commission meeting, which is on December 11th, as I said. And the reception will start at 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, December 11th, downstairs in the lobby. And the commission meeting, of course, will begin at 6:30 p.m. on that day. In other news, also about EBOTS, a community meeting will be held in West Oakland on Saturday, November 8th. That is primarily for the West Oakland interest groups, but if anyone is interested, all are welcome, and that will be from 10 a.m. to noon at the West Oakland Senior Center. I'd also just like to mention that the affordable units, the below market rate units, BMR as we call them, there are 21 of them, at the Park on Powell project, that's what used to be called Parkside or Paper Mill, at Powell and Hall Streets, are now being marketed. Currently they are in the so-called pre-application stage. The deadline for that is tomorrow at 5 p.m. The pre-application period began on October 6th. And it runs through tomorrow, October 31st at 5 p.m. If anyone is interested in submitting a pre-application, and you can't get a unit if you don't submit a pre-application, All of the information, including the application forms, can be found at parkonpowell.com. That's PARC on powell.com/affordable. There will then be a lottery on November 12th, and the applicant processing and screening interviews are expected to begin the week of November 17th. So if anybody's interested in that, you have less than 24 hours. 5 p.m. tomorrow's the deadline.
And those are all rental units, correct?
Yes. Then the only other thing I have is your schedule for 2015, which is listed on your agenda. Before we go to that, does anyone have any questions on anything else that I've reported on? Okay, so then let's go to the schedule, which you have in your packets. The chart, which looks like this, is similar to the charts that you've approved in previous years. As usual, the Planning Commission regular meeting dates are on the fourth Thursday every month, except November and December, when they are combined into a single meeting on the second Thursday of December in order to avoid conflicts with the Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays. As we always do, we have taken into consideration city holidays and major religious observances in developing this schedule, and that includes major Christian, Jewish, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, Sikh, and Tao holidays. With one exception, none of the Planning Commission meeting dates conflict with any major religious observances. Where the other dates conflict with city holidays, the other event dates, they've been adjusted accordingly on the chart and indicated in bold type. The exception this year is the regular commission meeting day of September 24th, 2015, which will fall on the Muslim holiday of Eid al-Adha. The commission might wish to consider moving that meeting back a week to avoid the conflict, and that would put it on October 1st. And if you were to do that, we would also recommend that you move back the following meeting from October 22nd to October 29th to keep 4 weeks between meetings. That will be similar to the calendar for this year, where the September meeting was moved back to October 2nd, and the meeting that would have been last week was moved to tonight to avoid a conflict with the Jewish holiday of Rosh Hashanah. The staff recommendation is that you adopt the regular schedule as shown in your packet without that adjustment. However, if the commission wishes to direct staff to do so, we will adjust the calendar to reflect that Muslim holiday. So with that, I would ask for the commission's direction, either approval of this calendar or your direction for us to adjust it for that holiday, or that religious observance, I should say. It's not a holiday.
Any thoughts on that?
Well, Charlie, are there anyone in the staff that attends these meetings or that are required to attend the meeting, or anyone on the commission that would observe that holiday?
Not that I'm aware of.
So,
Vote to approve, or move to approve.
The
schedule as is, yes,
Schedule as presented.
as presented.
Okay.
We have a second?
I'd second it.
Okay. So,
Should we
you wanna vote
just
on
do
that?
it by we can just do it by acclamation.
Undo.
Are there any objections to approving the schedule as presented?
okay, by acclamation, no objections? All right. That concludes my report. Thank you.
Charlie, is this the time we can ask you questions about things going on in the city? You had asked if we had questions regarding what you reported on, but I just have a question in general.
Sure, or you
I just
could do
wonder if
it
you
under
could give us an
commissioner
update on the greenways, the one behind Emery's and the one behind Broken Rack. I just was trying to get an update on what's happening on those places.
Well, I can tell you that they're both in progress. I can't tell you exactly what point in progress they are. I know Wareham is working on the one.
I haven't seen any work going on there.
There is some work going on there.
Okay.
There's a curb in there that didn't used to be there, and there's footings for the street, for the greenway lights that have been installed.
Okay.
I can find out and report back to you if you like.
Yeah, just to kind of get an idea, because I thought we had the funds for the one behind the broken rack, and I just kind of thought we'd see some progress on, because it's still a very broken path.
Right, I know, we are working on it.
Yeah, okay.
Amber Evans in the Community Development Department is the project manager for that, and I know that she's working on it. I believe, if memory serves me correctly, I believe we'll be bringing the plans and specifications to the council for approval in the next month or two,
Okay.
but I can get back to you on it.
All right, so we'll go ahead and move on to our, I'm sorry, we have disclosure of conflict of interest and ex parte communications. So this is a time on the agenda for any commissioners to disclose any potential conflicts of interest or any ex parte communications that you've had regarding a particular project, either as required by state law or just out of as a precaution and in the interest of transparency. So is there anything anyone would like to disclose?
Yeah, I did meet with the developers for the Sherwin-Williams site at my house.
I also met with them.
Yeah, I met with the Sherwin-Williams developers also.
As did I.
Stephen, I think you have to recuse on the park as well, right?
Yeah, well, we'll step down when that comes up.
Yeah, well, I mean, so this is sort of a time also to
Okay,
share
so
if you're,
there's-
if you're
Oh,
gonna
okay,
have,
so
if you have a
during-
conflict of interest on an item.
This is kind of a new format. The chair has decided that it would be appropriate to have a single spot on the agenda where everybody can disclose their potential conflicts of for any item on the agenda.
Okay.
And then you can step down when we get to that item.
That's going to make it easier. So, yeah, on item, what's the second item on our agenda tonight? I'll be stepping down when we talk about the Christie Park, due to my proximity to the park.
Thank you.
All right, so if there are no other disclosures, then we'll move on to our public hearing for the evening, which is the 59th Street and Peladeau Bar.
Good evening. This evening I'll be presenting on the use permit for the 59th and Peladeau Bar. It's located at 5885 Hollis Street. However, when you look at the map, the building takes up the entire block, so the actual location of the proposed bar is at the corner of 59th Street and Peladeau. Here is an elevation. This was taken in April 2011 from Google Maps, but it's pretty much the same today. And you have on the left side of the screen 59th, and towards the right side, Peladeau. The entrance to the bar is kind of in this darkish area, right in the shadow, so you can't see it very well. And there's a tiny bit of landscaping, wide sidewalk. So the conditional use permit is needed because this is classified as an eating and drinking establishment with a subclassification of bars, nightclubs, and lounges. Under 9-2.701 of the planning regulations, this is considered a use of special concern. Uses are of special concern because of their potential to adversely affect surrounding uses. Such uses shall always be considered principal uses. That is why we are here reviewing that this evening. So the operational details of the bar. It will have food. It will serve small plates of food. The food will be primarily prepared off-site and then brought in for final plating. The bar will be focused on craft beers, whiskeys, and mixed drinks. We'll probably have 4 to 6 employees, and they anticipate operational hours of noon to 2 a.m. And it's focused on serving the local neighbors and professionals in the area, of which there are many. This is a site plan. It's fairly hard to see, and this is just for general informational purposes. It's not necessarily going to be built exactly like this, but just to give you some context, the door, the main entry is right here. There's a bar, some tables, kitchen area, bathroom, prep area in the back, and they're also proposing to have a sidewalk cafe, which is not being considered tonight, but is here for your reference so you can get an idea of the overall plan for their project. So the site details, this is an existing space. It's where the former Taco Del Mar was. It's been vacant for a few years. It's approximately 1,000 square feet. Parking is not required because it's under 1,500 square feet of space per our planning regulations. Bike parking is required. The required 2 spaces of long-term bike parking are already provided, an existing area in the garage, and the short-term bike parking will be placed as required in the conditions of approval on 59th Street. There are no exterior changes, so design review is not required. A sidewalk cafe, they'll apply for that pending approval this evening. That's considered on the staff level, and it's included in this application for context only. Staff reviews all sidewalk cafe applications for ADA and planning regulation compliance. So conditional use permit findings that need to be considered this evening. One is that the proposed use is consistent with the general plan. Here are several goals that show that this is consistent with the general plan. Overall balance of uses with a range of services and amenities to support a vibrant community. To retain and foster the growth of Emeryville businesses. The applicant this evening already owns a business in Emeryville, and this would be his second here. Encouraging establishments that will employ and serve Emeryville residents. And creating a walkable and connected city, amenities and proximity to employees and residents throughout the city. Another finding that needs to be made is that the proposed use is compatible with and will not adversely affect the surrounding area. This is going into an existing space. It will add to the diversity of the business types in the area and will activate a long vacant ground floor space. The third finding is that the proposed use is consistent with the capability of the water supply, wastewater disposal, fire, and police systems to operate adequately and cost effectively. This is going into existing space, as I previously stated, and it's consistent with all the above items. The proposed use at its proposed location will provide a service or facility that will contribute to the general well-being of the surrounding neighborhood or community. This will activate a ground floor space, and it will also create a walkable destination for eating and drinking close to existing businesses and residences. And lastly, the proposed use complies with all applicable standards and requirements of the planning regulations. So they're required to obtain an alcoholic beverage control license, type 48. They're working on that, and they're required to provide that to us. They're providing long-term bike parking in the existing bike parking area. They'll be also providing 2 new short-term bike parking spaces, and they're aiming to obtain a conditional use permit tonight. So please let me know if you have any questions. The applicant is also here, if you have any questions of him.
I'm just wondering, I mean, typically when we've seen major conditional use permit applications, we've seen, I mean, eventually this will have a sign, it'll have potentially
Sure.
exterior seating, sidewalk cafe. It seems like it's been broken into different components, and I'm just wondering what the reasoning behind that was.
Right, so this is usually when you see the major conditional use permits sort of for large projects. And actually, for the signs, for example, for Park on Powell, right, they had that project approved, and they came back later with the master sign program and signage. So those usually don't come together necessarily. Sidewalk cafes there's this separate application for sidewalk cafes that's defined in the planning regulations, and those always come to staff. And they go to the DCC, which is the internal staff meeting where all the departments sit around the table, and building and planning and economic development, et cetera, all look at those plans. And those usually don't come at the same time, but we decided we wanted to give that information so you could get an idea of how they were trying to use this space in the corner.
So
That clarify?
So we're basically just deciding whether or not it's okay to have a bar here.
Just the use permit, yes.
And actually, I think as Sarah pointed out, this normally the whole thing would be done by staff, but because it's a bar, which is one of those uses that, could possibly be a problem use, they're not allowed to be approved by staff. So that's why this is before you.
So under the old planning regulations, were bars approved administratively? They didn't?
Under the old planning regulations, there were no minor conditional use permits. Everything came to the planning commission.
Oh, okay.
So.
So any other questions for staff? Thanks.
All right, thank you.
And the applicant is here,
Yes.
Sarah?
My apologies. So Jonas is here. He's the applicant this evening, as well as architect Lloyd.
And would the applicant like to come forward and give a presentation or to address us?
If you'd like me to, I mean, I think Sarah
Don't
pretty
have to.
much addressed everything that we're asking for right now.
Okay. All right, well, then with that, we will open the public hearing for this item. So if anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward. All right, seeing none, we will close the public hearing. Are there any comments?
Well, I was curious to know what other facility he owned in Emeryville?
Rotten
Perhaps
City,
the applicant could
Rotten
respond to
City
that?
Pizza.
Rotten City Pizza.
Well, okay.
Oh, no.
Did you hear that? Rotten City Pizza.
It's across from Prize Fighter.
50,
It's at 66th
66th,
and
rather, yeah.
Hollis.
Oh, okay.
Right.
I just had one comment, which was that it's not really related to the use permit, but I did share with staff just my concern about the sort of outdoor seating kind of moving forward, and I just would recommend that as, you know, as that component moves forward, I'm not finding the plans here, but as that component moves forward, that the path of travel kind of be maximized as much as possible. That's showing, you know, kind of the minimum 4-foot path of travel right now, which I think is smaller than what's existing. So I would just like to see that, you know, kind of stretched out as much as possible, and maybe have those bike racks relocated somewhere else if possible in order to accomplish that. So that was my only concern. But, all right.
All right.
Well, if there are no other comments, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve the use permit with the conditions of approval that we have here.
Let's second it.
In it.
Who was, I think,
Who?
was Stephen first there?
1, 2, 3, 4.
You want to fight over who gets seconded?
Carrie can have it.
Oh, okay. So moved by Chair Moss and seconded by Commissioner Tan. Are you ready to vote? Commissioner Cardoza?
Aye.
Commissioner Donaldson?
Aye.
Commissioner Gunkel?
Aye.
Commissioner Keller?
Aye.
Commissioner Coomerly?
aye.
Vice Chair Tan?
Aye.
Chair Moss?
Aye.
7 ayes, the application is approved. This decision may be appealed to the City Council within 15 days. Congratulations.
Let's keep going.
All right, so with that, we will move on to 2 study sessions that we have tonight. The first is the Christie Avenue Park redesign and expansion.
Good evening, Chair Moss, Planning Commissioners. This is the second study session for the Christie Park expansion. I would like to just take you through the evolution of the park design. Since there have been a lot of meetings, it would be useful for the Commission to understand how it started. So back in May, the applicant did a community meeting, and the idea was to kind of take in comments of what the community needed. They just presented the existing site conditions and some ideas for what could possibly go in that park. That was followed by a meeting with the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting, and they took comments from that committee, and after taking the comments from the 2 meetings, the Planning Commission had a study session in July. Subsequently, after taking the Planning Commission's comments, the applicant defined the plan a little bit more, took that to the Parks and Recreation Committee meeting in September, and took that to the BPAC committee as well. They also had a city council study session in October, earlier this month. They got some comments from the council, and after that, in mid-October, the city arborist and the applicant team met together and sorted out a few issues regarding tree removal as well as the plant palette. And now this is the second study session, which kind of brings to you the various understandings and comments that have been taken by the applicant. Just to remind you, in terms of the comments that the commission made at your January meeting, you liked the approach the park design was taking, and the various park program elements were acceptable. There was a suggestion that the non-circular dog park be separated from a children's play area. Mix of creative and standard play structures was suggested. The space for movie screenings was deemed not particularly necessary given the wind conditions in this area. You suggested that an arborist report was necessary to determine what trees should and could be preserved. This was followed by the City Council comments earlier this month. Their comments included that they suggested that the main path that runs through the park be made more direct and straight. They wanted to make sure that the park used the standard street furniture in terms of seatings as well as street lights. They wanted to add benches that would face the children's play area. And they also wanted the tree removal and plant palette to be reviewed by the city arborist. They also suggested that the applicant should allow for the possibility of a larger park that would incorporate the adjacent city parcel in the future. So the applicant responded to the various comments in the following way. The shape of the dog park is now not circular and it is separated from the play area. A more defined play area with the creative play equipment has been added. They have converted a flexible use lawn area, which is smaller now, which could be used for small events. And they have made sure that they include electrical outlets, as this is one of the recommendations of the Parks and Recreation Committee. The main path, as a result of the council comment, has been made straighter. The native and low water use plant palette has been further refined. More benches and tables have been added. Tables was a suggestion that they got from BPAC. Seats, they acknowledged the use of city street furniture. They have also included the bear-friendly scorecard as a way to indicate the kind of palette that they are having, and they have scored 101 points, and the minimum recommended is 60, so they are doing fairly well in that respect. They have also included in the submittal a preliminary proposal to allow for a larger park incorporating the city parcel. This was a suggestion that the city council wanted. And the city operators and the applicant team have collaborated and have had meetings. So to remind you, this is the original marketplace at build-out, showing you the location of the proposed park. This is an overall view of the existing Christie Park and shows the boundaries of where the expansion is going to take place. Now, this is the concept plan that the commission saw at the July study session. As you can see, it is pretty much a concept plan kind of telling you what the thinking behind the proposal was at that time. This is the park design, which is more refined, and this was shown at the City Council study session earlier this month, and where the plans sort of come into being. So you have the dog park, you have a lawn area, and then you have a children's play area, and this is the main path that I was talking about a little bit that connects Christie Avenue to the marketplace development. And the proposal that they have now in front of you is this. So as you can see, this path has become straighter, and various different elements regarding the benches and bike racks have also been incorporated, and the applicant will go into more details of how the park has come together in terms of both the hardscape and the landscape, the edges. So you'll hear about that from the applicant. I'd like to talk a little bit about the tree removal plan. So at the first study session that you saw, they proposed to preserve one tree with the removal of approximately 55 trees. The initial arborist recommendation that went to the City Council study session added preservation of 9 additional trees. In the current tree removal plan, this has been arrived at by the city arborist and the applicant, and the decision mutually has been that total of 5 trees, the ones in green, should be preserved and will be preserved. Before I go into that, the city arborist is here for you if you have any questions from them. They have also reviewed the current plant palette, and they are in agreement with the choice of tree species as well as shrubs, with the caveat that right now, we do not know what the soil conditions are at this site. This will come later on as they start work on that. And at that time, the soil conditions may have an impact on the final choice of the tree species. So the way to work this out is that in the condition of approval, one condition would say that the city arborist would have the final determination of the type of tree species that would be finally planted in the park. So this is the concept for a larger park that the applicant kind of for illustrative purposes have included because the city council wanted to see it. So essentially this is the adjacent city parcel to the north, and it kind of shows that you have a lawn area that works with the children's play area here. And there are, conceptual paths around this lawn area. In terms of conformity to the general plan and consistency with the approved PUD, the general plan designation of the existing park is park open space, and of the expansion area is MUR. And the zoning for the existing park is park and open space, and the expanded area is within the PUD, that's the approved PUD. So the proposed park does conform to the approved PUD in terms of location, size, and inclusion of the pedestrian access through the park connecting Christie Avenue to the public market. The approved PUD also included a 6,000 square feet retail pad within the park, and this pad has been omitted. However, the staff believes that the proposed park is in compliance as there are adequate retail uses near the park. So compliance of the proposal with the parks and the recreation plan. This plan's recommended park program includes a number of things, including play for children, socializing and relaxing, picnicking, and special events. The plan's potential program elements include recreation with dogs and games. And the site recommendations include integration of art to create play features, and to develop park portion of the 62nd Street and frontage on Christie Avenue as plaza space with seating, and these all have been incorporated in the proposal. As I'd mentioned, there was a community meeting held, and that's how the park design got started. About 25 people attended. The main comment was that the design should retain the existing connection through the park from Christie Avenue to the public market, create a space for dog park and children's play area. In addition to the children's play area, it was felt that the space was also needed for people to relax. Importance of good lighting was emphasized. In terms of Parks and Recreation Committee comments, as I'd mentioned, this proposal has now gone twice to the committee. At the June meeting, a number of recommendations were made which have been incorporated in the current plan. And that was again reviewed last month by the committee. So the plan that you're seeing has been reviewed. The committee was satisfied with the plan and recommended that the applicant try to save a few trees if possible. The proposal also went to the BPAC. It was reviewed on October 6th. And their recommendation was to include bike racks within the park, add some tables in the seating area, and use more native plants. And all these have been incorporated in the proposal in front of you. So the issues for the commission to provide us comment is whether the proposed tree removal at this point is acceptable to the commission. Regarding the program elements, essentially the program elements are a dog park, a lawn area, and children's play area. Are these appropriate for the site in your opinion? Does the commission wish to add or exclude any element? We would like to have your opinion regarding the proposed plant palette and the hardscape materials that you will know more about as the applicant gives their presentation. So that essentially concludes my presentation. We want your comment on these issues or any other issues that you may have. So if you have any questions for me, I would be happy to answer. Otherwise, the applicant is here with their presentation.
Any questions of staff?
The current tree removal proposal that you put on the screen, is that the one that's in our packet or the one that's in this report, or which?
I'm sorry?
What is the current tree removal proposal?
It's the one in the packet.
Okay.
Maru, just to clarify, the Parks and Rec Commission at their second meeting and the BPAC and the City Council have all seen the same proposal that's before us tonight?
That is correct. The only thing that has changed is the tree removal concept.
Okay, thanks.
Are there city standards with regard to the maturity level of the trees being planted?
No. There is a certain minimum size of, I believe, inches. So any tree that has a DBH of, I want to say, 2 inches, any removal of that tree requires a permit.
No,
So other
actually,
than that,
any tree. There's no minimum size, but I don't believe this would need that because it's a city park project.
Well, no, I guess my question's about the new trees. So
Is there a minimum?
you know, I guess, is there some standard to avoid a bunch of, saplings being planted?
we don't have any standards in terms of new trees being planted, the size of the new trees. No, we don't have standards.
Do have a standard condition of approval regarding trees in, just sort of generically in development projects. I think it's 24-inch box.
Correct.
And then there's some standards about soil, volume, rootable soil volume and all that kind of thing. Those are not adopted standards. They're in our standard conditions of approval that we pretty much use every time. If the commission wishes, I would imagine we will include similar standards in the conditions of approval for this final development plan. If you want to direct us to modify those standards to provide bigger trees or something, we could do that, although the arborist may have some recommendations about that. I know they sometimes prefer not really small trees, but not super big trees because they have a better chance to establish themselves if they're not too big when they get planted. And I see our 2 landscape people nodding their heads.
Yeah.
'Cause I had asked about that.
Yeah. It would be good to hear from the arborist about the particular tree species and what the recommendations would be for each of them.
Right.
So with your permission, should I hand it over to the applicant to give their presentation? Or if there weren't any
Any other questions before we hand it over to the applicant? Sure.
I do have one question. It's about the potential expansion area. I had the understanding that it was being considered for affordable housing as well. Is there a reason that the park expansion is being looked at?
This was something that came out of the city council study session. There was a member of public who has been petitioning that the city should use this land for an expanded park, that this was an opportunity to make the park even bigger. And as a result of that, the city council, most of them did like the idea in theory. And they wanted to make sure that the design of this park does not preclude any expansion in the future. That's it.
We should
And
underscore.
what's the status of the city-owned property there?
I can answer that. We should underscore that the applicant here is only responsible for the expansion of the park as shown in the PUD. So that's all that will be before you when this FDP comes to you for approval. As Mira said, we want to make sure the design doesn't preclude the potential expansion to the south. The city owns 3 parcels along Christie Avenue to the south of the park. One of them is actually, I believe, kind of bifurcated by the 59th Street, which goes into the backside of the public market. It says 59th Street, but it's actually technically not a city street. It's just an easement. The parcel that's immediately adjacent, the so-called Ted Dang parcel to the south, was purchased with housing money. The other two parcels were not. So the original thought was to have an affordable housing project on the parcel next to the park and then have the other two parcels developed as just some kind of a mixed-use development. However, the city attorney has opined that the housing does not necessarily have to be restricted to that particular parcel, that the housing obligation can be moved to another one of the three parcels or even to another parcel in the city, as long as that is still set aside for housing somewhere. So the council, and upon hearing that, the council said, well, let's think about having the park expanded to the Dang parcel and then have the housing be on one of the other two parcels or maybe somewhere else. I would just like to let you know that tentatively we have scheduled for your next meeting on December 11th a study session on the Christie Avenue properties, so that you can weigh in on what you think should be there before the city council has a study session on it in January or February. And actually, the schedule is kind of shifting, so it may not come to you until January, but sometime within the next few months, you will have a chance to weigh in on what you think should be on those Christie Avenue parcels.
Great. Thank you.
So if there are no further questions, all right.
Good evening. Good to see you all again. My name is Mark Steffen. I'm the president of City Center Realty Partners. We're the owners of the public market. I want to let you know that we have enjoyed working with the community and the commission, the council, BPAC, and Parks and Recs over the last 6 months to develop this plan. We really started with a blank sheet of paper, and we think it's made for a better park and a better process. We're pleased with where we've come to tonight, and I think you'll see that we've worked hard to incorporate all the comments that we've received. I'd like to now introduce our architects, Aaron Ashley and Ann Howerton, and they'll run through a little bit of the detail beyond which you've previously heard from Maru.
Yeah, as Mark said, it's I feel like we've been at this lectern a lot lately, but and certainly you've seen a lot of the marketplace lately. And one of the suggestions that I think you all had for another marketplace application at your October 2nd meeting was a little bit more background on how the park relates to the master plan as a whole. And so we wanted to add a few slides in there just as an intro into the park. But you know, as a reminder, the existing Christie Park is where you see it in front of PPP, and we're proposing to move north to the what would be 63rd Street, which is just south of the Essex building that's about to be opened. In terms of the site today, the original PDP over the 11 acres or so did not, well, the PDP included the park, the city park, but the ownership never included the park, and the understanding was that the park would expand to the north, and an acreage was set of around 1.25 or so. The theater, the Essex building, as you know, and then a whole lot of parking lots that you've seen a number of proposals on recently. In terms of an update, if you've been to the market recently, you've seen that its construction has started, and the first piece of that is ongoing. This is a rendering of the balance of the work that hasn't been started yet. You know, a lot of the great tenants are going to be there, the taco shop and everybody else that everybody likes. It'll just feel a little newer and fresher. Another view. And so this work has already started and ongoing. In a future phase of the marketplace renovation, the ground floor of the office building and the alley that you know will be transformed also. So that's a follow-on project. One question we've discussed with you before is how does the current proposal fit with the previous proposal? So the bottom drawing here comes out of the project's TDM plan. We've, as the PDP required, there's a kind of a really extensive and progressive transit plan that works with the city's general plan and identifies all the bus stops and bikes storage and car share and all those sorts of things that happen around the site. And so, but you do get a sense of the park, and because of the retail pad that was in the park, as we kind of measure usable area, the park, as proposed in 2008, was about 1.08 acres, and now we really feel like it's a usable park of 1.27 acres. In terms of circulation, you know, a lot of the market forces from 2008 have changed, so this is a slight variation, but we feel, and we've worked through with staff, that the pieces are all in the same place, at least with regard to the park. So in terms of phasing, the park is the first phase. The intention is to get started with construction next year, and then the remainder of the master plan and the build out, which you'd see in future FDP study sessions, would come on the heels, but the park would certainly be the first thing finished at the marketplace. We saw you about a year ago on a study session with regard to the road relocation and the retail, and this is just as kind of a reminder of what the character of the public market is currently envisioned to be: a really walkable, pedestrian-friendly, bike-focused retail environment, a real main street, and the kind of the heart of Emeryville. As Maru indicated, we've been talking about the park a lot in the last 6 months, and what's really been phenomenal is to see that the community all has an opinion and really cares about this park and really had a clear idea about what they wanted in this park. And I think the park that you saw, or the preliminary sketch that you saw in July, was really rough because that was a measure of the amount of input we've gotten, and then the park that you see today is a measure of the amount of input we've received since, and including your own. And the folks at Parks and Rec really had phenomenal input when we saw them early in the summer, and they were really gratified to see the result when we saw them again in September. Same with BPAC. And City Council, again, had a lot of really good input. Our hope is that on the heels of today, we can fold your input into a resubmission, and that on your December calendar you would approve this so that we could get started with construction in 2015. As a kind of segueing from the master plan into the technical details of the park itself, the park today is 8.85 acres. It has an easement on the south side, which is actually utilities for the marketplace, and it's that concrete stretch. The berm that you all know subdivides the park into two pieces. And the proposed park adds just under a half an acre, and the resulting park is about 1.27 acres. If you sort of step back and squint at Emeryville as a whole, that new park is roughly the size of the contiguous piece of Doyle Hollis. It's similar in dimension in both width and acreage. And although we're thinking of uses in a slightly different way, and certainly a different kind of look and feel, the kinds of things that happen at Doyle Hollis, the inflated castles on Saturdays and all those things, are anticipated to be here as well, although acknowledging that the climate is certainly different on this side of Emeryville.
Now we'll segue down to the detail of the design, and I know that you probably remember parts of this from July, but just to make sure we cover all the bases, we'll bring you through a series of slides showing the development of the detailed design, and I hope I'm here to answer questions. We look forward to your input. This has been, as was said, a very interesting, active series of meetings with lots of good refinement to the park process and design. So just to refresh your memory, these are key views taken of the existing site. You can see on the lower slide at the left how the expanded area will bump up to the current Essex building, which is under construction in that slide. The big berm on the right, on the lower right, is the one that everybody without exception said, you know, it really doesn't work for us. We'd just as soon it's not there. Let's talk about what needs to happen at the park. Want to do the slide?
Sure.
Okay. Is it this one?
Yeah, just
Okay. This just starts you off with our program development. We didn't start by coming up with a design and trying to force it to fit. We stood back and listened and took a lot of input. We did start by analyzing and listening to important comments from the community about circulation, about access, about how important that diagonal existing path is in terms of connectivity up to the train and up to Shell Mound, and also heard about the possibility of the city-owned land becoming housing, low-income housing, and the fact that we should retain flexibility for that to have access. We're aware of the expanding community. In the next few years, there will be thousands of new people dwelling within a 5-minute walk of this park. This will be a park. This will be people's social gathering space. Very much so. And so we are thinking about what elements from Emeryville's own park plan needed to be here, and we've asked for confirmation on those details, and we've started to refine the details during the process with a little bit of focused direction on the elements that I'll comment on as we show you the next series of slides. This one?
Yep.
Okay. Here's an important thing to understand. We have, we have a sun and shade situation because of the PPP to the west. Sun all day in the south, and that assumes we don't have a 5 or 6 story building on the parcel of the city-owned land. We do have afternoon sun on the east next to the public market in a small sliver, and we have morning sun on the north. It's pretty clear how that shadow of that building affects things. This is what happens if there is a build out on the city land, assuming 5 or 6 stories. There's a pocket of sun all day. It's interestingly, on axis with that plaza between what is a future development parcel C and the existing public market. And then we have afternoon sun on the south, we have morning sun on the north. So as we took our input from the first Park and Rec Committee, and we summarized it on this slide for you here now, we learned that instead of just having sort of regulated off-leash dog use, there really was a desire for a specific dog park, and so a small fenced area was then contemplated. We've retained all the circulation issues and comments. We heard that socializing opportunities at park entrances was a desire, that in fact, we should anticipate the need for some actual passive and active uses blended throughout the park, not discretely located on one end or the other, and that in fact, again, we heard that the stage was not necessary, that the weather here is can be quite windy at times and focus on other things. There did seem to be an idea that there might be some sort of children's play area, and it had not taken shape at this point on the slide. Here's the first time we drew a concept, and this was, I think you can tell, we waited till July, and this is the one that you saw several months ago. And surprisingly, maybe not unsurprisingly, it still looks like the same place. A lot of the early input continued to resonate through a series of things that have then occurred, and we've just refined the details. So what you see on this slide is the idea that we would take that plaza and we would pull it through the park with a strong plaza connection. Also, the main walkway, which has been straightened out, the details of a playground which has park equipment in it now, and some creative art pieces at C in what is a lawn plaza space. We've retained the open flexible lawn space. We still have the berms that we talked about with you several months ago, adjacent to the children's playground. As you can see, the dog park has some circular benches under trees. It may have a water element or something of that sort, and we've kept all the connections that you can see on the plan, allowing good access.
May I just clarify? I believe this plan is not what the commission saw in July. This is the plan that you've revised in response to their comments in July.
I'm sorry, that is absolutely correct.
Right, okay.
Okay. Oops. Sorry.
Got excited.
Got a little excited. Now we go to a series of enlargements that allows you to see the detail in the slide. This is the main pathway character that's envisioned at Christie Avenue, with a trellis idea such as the slide at the right, with a nice widened pathway such as the view in the lower right, and it's that connectivity through the park. This is the idea that's for Christie Avenue, up at the northernmost corner. This is opposite a coffee shop on the opposite side of the street. And this is where we talked about an idea for a small sculpture that would appeal to young children with some seating and again, connectivity into the park. This is focusing on how the plaza space next to the market would connect directly into the park and allow that nice exploration connectivity. It's also where we have that pocket of sun that I mentioned earlier, and at C, that would be the sunny area. We have responded to comments from the council and have sort of created an interesting seating arrangement so that one could sit on a concrete bench and look at the playground area, as well as facing into Area C. These are the ideas we have for some of the programming. It's focused on free exploration, fantasy play. There's some bouncing mats. There's a flexible read kind of art piece that's interactive. We're talking about using rubber matting surfacing underneath, and that whale sculpture is an idea that we've latched onto from some investigations that is central to the playground idea. We still have the discovery path. That's the walkway on the right of the plan view, with some wonderful berms shaped into the grass. And the lower images are giving you a sense of the character of that particular piece of walkway that winds along the southern edge of the park. This again just points out that whether or not this is a great venue for movies, it's a great place to hang out, do all kinds of things, including the all-important respite and solitude that we heard from the community, and that's in the original park programming. But that lawn area is of a nice size. The lower right slide also shows the fact that the widened walkway that crosses the park has benches situated along its length and would be a real kind of social gathering space as well. These are some inspirational images that show the content of the proposed dog park. Dog waste dispenser, a paw wash station. Those circular benches would be something like the image that you see at the upper right hand. And we've done some preliminary investigations about dog park fountains, and think there would be a provision so that it's user activated and self-draining. And alternatively, if the finding is that you prefer to not have that, there are other things out there that dogs can play on. This is a summary of the hardscape materials. We're talking about a pervious DG, compacted, of course, somewhat in the dog park area, the rubber matting that I mentioned in the playground. Accent paving would be brick, but primarily concrete on the main axis. That's the pink area. And then the brown area would be sidewalk concrete and pathways. They're the pictures that correspond to the plan you just saw. What am I doing?
I don't know.
Okay, the all-important discussion about tree removal. As was mentioned in the staff report, we have reached a conclusion between the arborist who's been consulting on the project for our firm and our team and the city arborists who are here tonight. I'll draw your attention to the numbered green tree locations. 4 of them are London Plains, situated on a berm facing Christie, and one of them is the better of the group of magnolias that form a straight line at the north edge of the existing park, and they basically bisect the park. It was felt that we could retain, through a creative solution of grading and pathway alignment, number 47. This shows the proposed palette of trees. It's been worked on with our arborist based on what we speculate but cannot confirm about the soil conditions at this park. We certainly know a lot about the soil to the east of here in the Shell Mound District, and we do know what happens directly across the street to the north on the Essex site. And based on some speculation that we have high groundwater, possibly brackish, we do have a windy site, we will be able to berm the edges to a modest degree to improve that condition. But overall, we need to be very prudent in our choice of trees, and we've been working closely over the last 3 weeks with the city arborist to come to a conclusion about what is a suitable palette, and we have tried to focus on incorporating more natives, as was suggested by the council. So we have native oaks shown on the plan now, and we are also looking in terms of fall color, which was a request of the city arborist. And so I point out that the black gum tree is suitable for recycled water, the site conditions, and should be an interesting fall color accent with vibrant red color. Here's the palette displayed. The upper two photographs are not the trees at the park. Well, the one on the upper left is. Those are the trees at the berm that are being retained. There are 4 London planes. And then in addition, those are the other proposed species. So we will have 1 Magnolia grandiflora. That is the picture of the tree, and that is being retained at the park, number 47. This is a color arrangement that shows what's going on the ground plane. So the bright green area is a usable lawn. The whole history of discussion with Parks and Rec Committee, community, and so forth is give us a lot of flexible use space. And so by intention, bearing in mind that this is a reasonable sized park, but not an enormous park, we are proposing that most of it is active use lawn. However, the edges at E are a native grass in a sort of a no-mow condition that can also be used for seating, picnicking, and access. As I say, it's not a high berm that we're proposing, it's very low sculpted berm. You can walk into this park from any point. These are ground cover images that suggest by area what's intended, and we're trying to be bay friendly. Our water use does pass the ordinance, and other than that, we are trying to attract some little butterflies and use things that are specifically from the bay area in terms of some grasses and some perennial color. Here's more of the same. At the main plaza entrance, there was a thought of having a little bit of color variety and attracting some butterflies and allowing it to be kind of a pop of color, if you will. A lot of the surrounding berm would be grasses. We are right now, we have explored the LID treatment requirement and necessity, and based on the detailed layout of the park, the square footages, the proposed materials, the berming, and the intended drainage pattern, we are being told by our project civil engineers that we will not need to do anything additional. The design sort of solves its own problems with the addition of some pervious paving on the walkway system. Here's the hardscape and site amenities. We've responded to inputs from the Park and Rec Committee and various other entities as we've met with them. So at this point, we have dog waste dispensers at key areas. We have an interesting drinking fountain we found that's allows you to fill drinking bottles and other sorts of things. I think it's somewhat self-explanatory, but you can see we've incorporated bike parking at key locations outside the park and also inside the park at this point, and we've also picked up some picnic tables in proximity to the children's playground, thinking that's a great place for birthday parties, families, and anyone really. This is the equipment. We were requested to use the city's furnishings, which we are now doing, and lighting, which we are now doing. These are some close-ups of the proposed play equipment. This is the bouncing mat. This is a climbing structure idea, which we can customize the colors to. This is this interesting read exploration piece. It's part art and it's part play. It's designed for play. And this, of course, is the whale. This is a color choice. We're thinking about using these in the matting interpretation of colors to play off the idea of the whale and the other equipment. This is our point system. This is a preliminary scorecard estimate, of course, but we've gone through it thoroughly, and we are exceeding the 80-point minimum by a good 21 points at this point. That's it.
I have a question. Can you go back a few more slides to where the lighting was shown? We just kind of went by that a little too quickly. So.
Lighting's not on that one.
Okay, so
we're showing lighting on the main path through, and then it's not on this drawing, but the intent is that the Christie Avenue streetlights, 63rd Street, and the new street would have street lighting.
Okay.
And a question, I would say an open question for this body that hasn't come up heretofore is, and should more lighting be used along the other pathways?
Right, okay, thank you.
There was a mention of some, in the plant palette, some vines being used, and I know that there's one on the entrance there to Christie Avenue, but is there's something about a fence? Is that the dog park fence?
The dog park fence is 3 to 4 feet high. It's open mesh. We thought we'd thread some potato vine and hardened bearsia through it.
What was the rationale for the Pittosporum rhombifolium being chosen to line the sort of central pathway?
Let me just say that this palette is trying to work hard to survive in this place. The arborist I'm working with is Nelda Matheny. She's kind of a tricky soils Bay Area specialist, and I have vetted all of this with her, and she has been in direct talks with the city arborist. The feeling about the Pittosporum, and you're welcome to direct your comments to the city arborist as well, is that it would provide intermediate levels of shade, medium scale, which would allow us to sort of thread them through the park but not be oppressively dark or heavy. They put out a little fragrant blossom. It's a tree that's doing very well a block from this park. That's probably my biggest reason for wanting to use it, unlike some other trees which are struggling in Emeryville. It's doing very well. It will tolerate the brackish water, the possibility it takes the recycled, it will take the wind. It's doing well in San Francisco as well.
This is a question maybe for staff, but you mentioned bounce houses, and I know that's a frequent use at Doyle Hollis Park, but is that something that anybody can do in any park, or is it, do you determine park by park what uses can be?
Well, there is a city, what's it called, special events committee, and any event such as that would require a permit from the city that would have to be vetted by the special events committee, which includes representatives from all the various city departments. The programming of parks is handled by the Community Services Department, and so a person who wanted to do a bounce house in a park would go to them and make an application, which would then be referred to the Community Events Committee. So it's all done on a case-by-case basis. I don't know if there are specific guidelines for each park as to what is allowed or not allowed in each one. That would be something Community Services would handle.
Charlie, is the arborist that did the report here? I'm sorry.
Hort Science? I don't know.
For the trees?
No, I'm afraid she's on the East Coast. There was a conflict.
Okay.
But the city arborist is here.
City arborist is here. Great.
Any other questions for the applicant? All right, thank you.
Would you like to hear from the city arborist?
Sure, yeah.
Steve or Molly?
Good evening. My name's Steve Batchelder, and I've been working with the City of Emeryville for a number of years. So any questions you may have on any of the trees?
Pull the mic up a little bit.
What? Oh, sorry. Any
pull
trees you... Oh, hold up.
There you go.
Okay. Yes, any questions you have on trees, I'm glad to try to answer.
Can you talk to the species that have been suggested and give me your thoughts, maybe especially on the Nyssa and the Quercus agrifolia in this spot?
First, in the Nyssa, which is also the tupelo, is another name for it is the water gum, and all the trees that were picked, Nelda basically gave us a list, and we worked on it for a while and rejected some, but we came to acceptance, and that they were all based on ability to grow under saltier conditions. For instance, the redwood tree would die right away. So anyway, the Nyssa is a nice tree. It has fall color. It does like a little more water than a lot of other trees. So you would plant it, I guess, at the corner of the lawn or places where it gets a lot of water that way. The coast live oak is our native tree, which can get quite big. As an arborist, we generally like to have a few big trees. There's something about having a full-size tree there. So the coast live oak is our native tree. It would be growing in the drier mounded areas, and it would be expected to do very well. The key to any tree is to have good soil, sufficient volume of good soil, and they can grow. If you want specs on that, we can talk about that too.
Well, I wanted to talk a little bit further about the level of the groundwater there, which is very high. And so, the live oak is it's deep-rooted tree. It will have its feet in the water.
The situation is with trees is their roots go where they can. If they cannot grow underwater, they will not go down there. Planted on a mounded area, if we can provide that tree with about 1,500 cubic feet of rootable soil, that means soil less than 80% compacted that, receives, not too much salty water, and if everything else is fine, the tree will grow well. They're a very fast-growing tree under good conditions, and when we find limitations, then they don't grow. So we're going to try, the main thing we're going to try to focus on is making sure that the root environment will, allow the trees to grow to their maximum.
Have you seen in the area any Nyssas that have been successful in Emeryville?
Yeah, there's,
can you cite one that I could go look at?
There were some out on the median of San Pablo Avenue. And it was funny because they were growing with the sweet gum, the liquid amber tree, and the median was being overwatered, and the liquid amber trees were dying, and the Nyssas were just very happy. So they're right out in the middle of San Pablo Avenue. There's a bunch in Berkeley. They do grow well around here, but they do require water. And a little bit of any time. If you notice, the plant palette is pretty much evergreen trees. We know that evergreen trees are better under windy seacoast conditions than deciduous trees. So we'd want to protect the Nyssa a little bit, but the oak can handle wind, and the other trees that are evergreen can as well.
Yeah. Thank you.
Recycled water as well?
What?
Recycled water as well?
Recycled water is there's a salinity to it, yes. And Nelda is working on a book right now. Hort Science is one of the top firms in the country, so they're working on a book on salt tolerance. We have books too from Costello and the University of California Extension, and these are all chosen for their ability to survive under, saltier conditions than normal.
How far apart would you typically want to plant the coast live oaks from each other so that they weren't sort of encroaching on each other, but if you wanted to provide sort of a consistent canopy?
Well, let me say it's hard to say. The coast live oak at its maximum can grow to about 80 feet with a 100-foot spread. We're not expecting that there. So it depends a lot on how you prune them. If you want to keep the side branches back, a little bit, then you can plant them closer. But I would say probably, 30, 35 feet would be, a fair distance to space them out. I wouldn't put them down 5 or 10 feet, although in nature you see them growing close together, but it's a different form. It depends on, what we, as arborists, what we like to do is when a coast live oak is planted, we like the architect to say, okay, here's what we want. Here's the height of the first permanent branch. Here's the branch spacing. Here's how we like it to go. And if we have those kind of instructions in the beginning, then, pruning can assure that, because the coast live oak takes pruning better than almost any tree I know. So you can make it what you want, but you have to have somebody knowledgeable on it. So.
Oh, I have a question for you, since you mentioned the last thing you said was you needing to have knowledge to maintain these trees. So what's been your experience working with our city maintenance folks with regard to the trees in our city and being able to maintain them? Do you work with them? Do you offer training?
We work with them a little bit. We'd like to see the city give people incentives to become certified arborists, because that's really a qualification that, brings you up. You basically, offer somebody more money for that position, but we think that, to have a qualified, knowledgeable arborist is one of the most important things that you could have regarding trees, because the early structural pruning is the most critical and cost-effective pruning you'll ever give a tree when you get it first. What I used to give talks in the insurance pools around here, actually, Emery was, but I finally figured out to start it out with maintenance people, that I said, okay, I'm a tree, this is a branch. Now, when I grow, is it gonna go up or is it gonna stay there? When these maintenance places, basically people thought that branch was going to go up, and that's why we see great big wounds on trees that somebody thought, oh, it's going to grow up out of the way. So it was a misconception, so that's why we say people need to be trained and knowledgeable about, and there's lots of little things that people don't understand sometimes that are real simple if you if you're just exposed to it. So we do feel that, you need to have somebody really stay on the trees in the beginning. That's how you get a good form tree.
Thank you.
One more question. So, based on the trees, and I don't know if you have them in front of you or remember, but
Yes.
oh, perfect. So, based on the trees that are proposed in this plan, or any other trees that you can recommend that are appropriate for the set of conditions that we have on this site. What of these trees, what would sort of provide the best canopy cover?
We're talking about a canopy cover in what sense? That you want to be a solid canopy cover?
Yeah.
The coast live oak is probably good. The Metrosideros is a nice tree. It's a big tree. It's a coastal tree. Most of the trees, the coast live oak would have the greatest spread on it. Metrosideros and...
In the mix?
What?
Is the Metrosideros in the mix?
Yes, it is. It's the New Zealand Christmas tree.
It's not in our
It's
packet.
not in our...
Oh, this is the latest list that we just, maybe there's some mix-up.
I'm happy to hear that that's in the mix.
No,
Okay.
it is a nice tree. It's a tree we don't like to plant in sidewalks, but in a park, it's a great tree. It has beautiful red flowers, and anyway, so it is a nice tree. But like I say, the canopy cover that you can get would be, the largest would be probably, as I said, the coast live oak. Then as far as spread, well, the Pittosporum is about a 25-foot tree tall, and it's probably about 20 feet spread, so it's not that big a tree. The Tristania larina elegant is probably about the same, maybe 30 feet. It could get bigger, but it's probably got about a 20-foot spread, 25-foot spread. The Melaleuca is pretty narrow. It's,
That's not on our list either.
Okay, that's okay. These were ones that we disagree. I don't know. There was a few trees that in the original list that we disagreed with, that we thought weren't quite appropriate. So Nelda came up with this other list that I have here that I'm sure you will get soon. But we did change a few of them. So are there any trees on your list that you'd like me to talk about, that we threw out or something?
There's lots of trees in the world, lots of
Well, the
choices.
limitation, see, the problem with the arborist perspective is usually the first thing we like to do is go in and do what we call site analysis. We look at the site, is it windy, what's the exposure, and then we look at the soils, and we go down 5 feet or so, and we look and see what we've got, how compacted it is, what texture it is, and we have it tested. And then once we know, then we usually proceed to species selections. This time we're assuming a number of things that are limitations in soil, so we had to get a tougher list of species, to accommodate that.
So you haven't done the soil test yet?
No, well, it's because there's toxic soil around, as I understand it, we're not allowed to go in and do any soil testing yet.
Okay.
So it'll be a while off, but if we had information that the soil was indeed that somebody before when they did the park put 3 or 4 feet of good soil in there and things like that, we could change the palette a bit, although the recycled water is a problem, and so we need to take that into account. But if the soil is well draining, it doesn't accumulate. Basically, in clay soils, you get into problems. So you have to put gypsum. That's why we put gypsum in all the time to get the sodium and magnesium to leach out. Okay. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Okay.
Before we open the public comment, I was wondering if the applicant might want to come back up real quick and just address some of the discrepancies between the species lists.
This is not a big mystery. There are 2 more trees on the list. You've just heard them. We're open to suggestion. Again, we don't have testing yet. All of those trees will do well in the opinion of our arborist. And let me just make 2 more comments. The live oaks will be on mounds. They will not be in grass. They are spaced for that reason because, again, we're trying to have a lot of ability to use the park area. Secondly, on the trees on the main walkway, again, there wasn't a need. People are not crying out to sit in shade at this park. They want to sit in the sun. So we're trying to create space and interesting experience, seasonal interest, but we don't need a lot of canopy. We need healthy trees. Really open to suggestion here. I know that there are a number of people on the panel who have professional backgrounds in this field. Those are the other 2 trees that are on the list. And simply, we already, because we're retaining Magnolia and London Plane, we're already up to 6 trees. So given it's an acre, 1.27, 6 was a nice number. It came up on the council. Please get the quantity somewhat reduced. Look at the species. Let's have some diversity, 4 to 6 species. We're at 6.
One more question since you're here. On the trees, the London Plains on the north side of Christie, the sidewalk's very narrow there, and there's this sort of falling down pressure treat retaining walls, the little, So this, if we leave 17 and 15 at least, and actually, realistically, all of them, we're going to retain that very narrow sidewalk, is that correct? We won't be able to, because it's 3 to 4 feet above where the trunk starts, above sidewalk level now.
Right. So this is the interesting trade-off between saving trees and saving conditions that go with where the trees are planted. And yes, we're accepting the importance of saving some trees, and it seems possible to save those given that that's a berm condition and they're in reasonable condition. That's all. But yes, they're in a retained condition.
Okay, great.
All right, thank you. So with that, we will go ahead and open the public comment period. If there's anyone who would like to speak on this item, please come forward.
And when you finish speaking, we should have a sign-in sheet over by where Sarah is sitting. So please sign in after you finish speaking.
Okay. Just make sure you adjust the microphone so you're speaking right into it.
I heard the description of the dog park, what's going to be on the ground. I forget what the term was. And it sounded like crushed rock. doesn't sound all that great for my dogs. They don't like to walk on the roof where I live that has rocks on it. So I'm wondering if that's common to have that. And I'd prefer grass. I got 2 dogs. I'm waiting for a dog park in Emeryville. That's all.
Good evening, Chair Moss and Commissioners. Of course, I'm Stephen Keller, a resident at Pacific Park Plaza. And first, I'd like to say that I think the park plan is just great. Overall, I think it's a much improvement. We have a little ways to go on that. And like Vanessa brought up the trees and the existing ones. Living in the building for 12 years, those trees have not grown much. They're not going to get a lot better. And I think with the berm that they are required to grow in still creates a visibility issue from the street for the police and et cetera. So if we need to save those trees, that's fine, but they're not incredible species or specimens that I think are really warranting. I think if we can re-engineer the soil and plant new trees, we'll get more vibrant growth once that happens. But what I'm here to talk about is that I want us to look at this park as a planned unit of development in which it's part and not an island known as Phase 1. I wish that we had been provided the transit map that they showed on the screen here in our packets, because that's the first I have seen that. I don't know about the rest of you. But what I really want to say is that I really think we need to make 63rd Street a transit-oriented street. I think it looks too narrow as it is planned. That would mean taking part of the park because the apartment building is now built and we can't take area that way. But if we take room enough to make all of 63rd Street wide enough to handle a variety of transit, be that buses, casual carpool, bike share pods, car share, and even hopefully a streetcar someday, we need to do that. And I think if we take and straighten that into the park out a little bit, maybe take out the 8 parallel parking places that are along this Northwest Street that's on the east side of the park, we can make up that loss of land. But whether we need to take 5 feet off of the park or 10 feet to create a real street that can handle transit, I think that is very, very important. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? All right. Seeing none, we'll close the public comment period, and we will bring this to the commission for discussion. I guess we can start down here with Commissioner Gunkel.
Yeah, I like the park design a lot internally, and you know, and so I'll let others sort of comment on that. The one thing that I keep thinking about as these different projects come up that are all part of this approved PDP is that we're sort of picking away at the PDP and we're being asked, does this still comply with the PDP? Does this still comply with the PDP? And I feel like we're losing track of the overall intentions of the PDP, and it really started to become obvious when we started looking at Parcel D during our last hearing, and just realizing that some of these subtle moves that are being made, the fact that this street, I don't know what, the one that's behind the public market no longer connects through as it was originally intended to, that there's no longer retail in the park, and instead that Parcel C has grown. It all starts to create an environment that is less urban, a little bit more suburban. It isolates Parcel D, creates an environment where Parcel D sort of got these narrow, almost private roads all around it, roads that really act more as driveways or parking lots than anything else, and faces the backside of what's likely to be a grocery store. It just feels like pieces of the approved PDP are getting changed here and there, and we're looking at different components of it. And instead of, I don't know, I mean, I'd love to look at the park internally once we sort of resolve what changes are planned for to the PDP, but I almost feel like we should be looking at the overall proposed revisions to the PDP before we start looking at which play structures or trees to use inside the park. Because I think that, especially on the north side of the PDP, we're losing a lot with regard to the original intentions. I feel like that this project as a whole has tons of potential. I'm really excited about it, and I don't want to lose track of that. And when we were talking about Parcel D, we weren't really talking about the park or Parcel C, and now we're talking about the park, and we're not talking about Parcel D, Parcel C. So I worry about Parcel D. I want to see a way that feels more connected to everything else. We already saw sort of what happens when, I think it's like 63rd got shifted across from, from one side of Christie to the other, and now we're taking this other street that's behind Public Market, and we're shifting that so that doesn't continue through to 64th anymore. So I think we're losing a lot with regard to the traffic and pedestrian flow through the site, and I think Parcel D is the thing that suffers the most as a result of all this. But I like the park.
I think that Commissioner Gunkel's comments are very, very on point and apt, and I would love it if you could put up the PDP approved and what's there now, just so that we could see.
That was. May I just make one observation here? This PUD was approved in 2008 before the new general plan was adopted. And so the general plan, street map and land use map and so forth, reflects this PUD because it was already a fait accompli when the general plan was adopted. The roads within this area in the general plan reflect what was in the approved PUD, the major roads, and that included 63rd and 62nd, and a little kind of a dog leg, the thing that's shown on the east side of the park, connecting 63rd and 62nd. So those are intended to be streets, in the city's street system. Those streets are still retained, although one may become more of a plaza, but they are still retained in their proposed PUD. The street behind the Public Market building and west of the theater site is not shown in the general plan as a street. It's just really an access way for the Public Market area. And actually, if you look at the approved PUD drawings, which neither of which these is, it really is drawn more as a parking lot. Between 63rd and 64th, west of the theater building, it shows really as kind of a parking lot area as opposed to an actual street, although you would be able to drive through it from one end to the other. So the major streets that are reflected in the PDP plan and in the general plan are still retained in their proposed modifications to the PDP.
Okay, well, I do still want to recognize that I appreciate your points on that, and I think that it would be really helpful if we are able to continue to discuss the overall bigger picture of it and how it's working. But in terms of the park, I think that the applicants responded really well to all of the input that they've gotten over time, and I think that I don't have a problem with the palette and with the number of trees being removed. I think that it is true that it's, people are going to want more sun rather than shade there. Might be nice to have a little bit of options, a little bit of more options around the play area for parent seating where there is a little bit of shade and a little bit of sun. But aside from that, I'm fine with that. I think the concerns about visibility into the park, I think the berms are great as long as the height is kept at a manageable level, that it's not blocking views into the park. And I, again, I like the way that you've responded to the comments, and I do recognize what a difficult situation this thing is for trees. Yeah.
I just want to say that Commissioner Gunkel's comments are spot on, and I want to come back to that after I make my comments about the revised design. I think as far as the design, it's really come a long way. I think it looks really great, and that it's addressed all of the items that we discussed at our previous session and at the other meetings. I mean, it really addresses all those things. The only concern I would have at this point in time is just the lighting of the pathways, that should be looked at in terms of safety in the future. And what else? I'm still struggling with how we got to where we are and the park doesn't have a restroom. We have one at Doyle, and this one does not have one, so I know that that's going to be a challenge. I think that we should, that's something that should be, revisited. I'm not really sure how we got to having no restroom.
The feeling was that the restrooms in the public market building could be used.
Okay.
There aren't other really readily available public restrooms near Doyle Hollis Park, but there are here.
Okay, I'm trying to picture where they are, and it's
they're
sort of coming
in
back
the food
to me.
court area.
Yeah, they're quite a ways from the park. But getting back to Commissioner Gunkel's point, I guess the question is, how do we get our arms around looking at this more as a holistic project? So should we have another study session that is looking at all of these together? Is that something that we can do? Because otherwise we're going to talk about it here and nothing's going to really change. We're still going to be approving parts and pieces of this. So that's what I would recommend.
If I just make one other observation in that regard, that may not be a bad idea, actually, to do a session just on the overall plan. But as you know, under the new planning regulations, not so new anymore, a year and a half old, the Planning Commission now has approval authority over final development plans. But previously, the City Council had to approve final development plans. So when the City Council approved the PDP for this project, and then probably a year or so after that, the City Council, on a recommendation from the Planning Commission, approved the final development plan for the 64th and Christie building that's under construction right now. In doing so, they moved that road. They approved the relocation of 63rd Street to the north because the footprint of that building is smaller than what the PDP called for. That has all kinds of ripple effects that were not really addressed or resolved at the time that the City Council approved that FDP. One of those ripple effects is that it moves the north edge of the park to the north. And it wasn't clarified at that time whether the park therefore got bigger or whether the applicant was still required to build the same amount of park space as the original PDP showed. The applicant's position, and staff has agreed, is that they are not obligated to build any bigger park than what the PDP called for. That means the park has to get skinnier, assuming that the existing park will still remain and the expansion area will be what gets changed in shape in order to still be the same size. What that then does is it makes the parcel in the middle bigger, both going to the north and going to the west. So you end up with, as opposed to the drawing on the top there, that shows the PDP approved. The effect of the city council's approval of that FDP for the 64th and Christie building basically results in the drawing you see on the bottom. So I'm not sure what any of us can do about that, but that's just the reality of how this has played out.
Yeah, I mean, I see that it had an impact, and I guess my concern is that we're going to be doing the same thing, making individual decisions without thinking about how it impacts everything else if we don't look at the big picture. And I guess the other thing is, I mean, it seems to me that more than anything, it's this decision to take the retail out of the park and add it to parcel C that actually changes a lot, even more so than the shifting of 63rd Street.
Well, the drawing that you see on the bottom doesn't reduce the area of the park by that retail pad area. It basically, that was 6,000 square feet. It basically adds that 6,000 square feet to the park area.
Oh.
And the park has not been reduced in order to get rid of
the retail used to be in the park, and now it's being taken out of the park.
Right.
Which, I mean, again, that's
well, that's a question that's been raised at all the various meetings that have been held, and most people have felt that they didn't want the retail pad in the park. It just gives you more open space. And let me just say also that I think the applicant has, in good faith, tried to show how the whole thing all works together, because you'll note at every study session they've showed you these kind of drawings that show the whole PUD and how each piece affects every other piece and how the whole thing all fits together. So I'm kind of at a loss as to figure out what else we can do to address that overall issue. Be happy to hear suggestions on that.
Well, I think, keeping my comments strictly to the park itself, that it's a terrific improvement over what we saw in the past, and I think it meets most of the conditions that we brought forward.
Well, I'm of an opinion that it's very difficult to talk about fixtures and trees when there's a bigger issue at hand. And so I'm not really sure what we're going to do about it either, but we really need to look at it, and we need to look at it before this is approved. I was wondering if we could pull up that transit map that was shown. You had the circulation map with transit.
Yeah, this is actually from our TDM plan, this lower plan.
This is it?
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Gosh, it's hard to see. Okay.
Maybe I can
transit.
zoom in.
What are those purple wiggly lines? I can't even read that.
The purple wiggly line.
Bus stops.
Those are bus stops.
So the plan above was the approved TDM plan, part of the PDP, and then the plan below is our interpretation and addition to that as part of our FDP application for the Shellmount Street relocation. So bus stop with transit shelter, which we're still confirming with AC Transit, bicycle parking locations.
Where's the transit shelter again?
I don't know how to.
There you go.
Where the purple
There we go.
squigglies are. Bus stop with transit shelter.
And then reduced speed zone, pedestrian plaza. We've again looked at this as a street and as a plaza, and we've heard a lot of good ideas either way. But the big thing is in the TDM plan, it goes into detail about all of the car sharing opportunities within the garage and elsewhere on site, and then it requires a number of bicycle parking spaces that is in the hundreds that we meet, and so.
All right. So when I look at the park and I look at the 63rd Street, it does look like a perfect area to have the bus, sort of the buses come and queue, and that it be some kind of sort of additional transit hub. We have one across the way with Amtrak, et cetera. So, I mean, there's opportunity if we reduce the width of the park to make that road wide enough to accommodate this, you know,
Go ahead.
something we very much need. And Shellmound Street is a very busy artery in this part of town, and to have buses stopping on it when we have this really great opportunity here to create an eddy where we can have buses and car sharing and bike sharing. I'm sorry, no, casual carpool and bike sharing, and possibly a streetcar in the future. And that seems to be an opportunity we're about to miss. So.
But it's just a little cross street between two main streets.
Sure, but it's the kind of thing that a bus could come through and stop, as they are stopped on Christie.
Now, because that's a big street and it's serving more buildings. So you'd cut the Shellmound bus route short and come down that street?
Yes. So it's an option that I feel like we need to keep open. And I mean, like you all said, there's thousands of new units coming in. We need to think about transit here. This is very, very important. So also, what's going to happen with the grocery store loading? I mean, at this point, I can't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I mess you up here?
Maybe you could bring it back up at some point. So, you know, because the street doesn't go through, most of the back of the marketplace is for food. You know, there's all the food vendors unload there, and as well as, you know, now the grocery store is going to need to. And so, I mean, that's kind of, I guess, an opportunity missed at this point as well.
If I may, Chair Moss, I would just like to bring up the general plan. This is the street circulation map from the transportation chapter of the Emeryville general plan. And as you can see, here's the area we're talking about. The alignment of Shellmound Street here reflects the approved PUD. This is not where Shellmound Street is today. It's over here. These streets here, this is what I was talking about. These are the streets that reflect the approved PUD. So this is 63rd Street, and this is 62nd with a little dogleg that connects over to 63rd. And these are shown as local streets, which is what the gray means. 65th is a local street, and then the green means transit street. So you have Shellmound is a transit street, Christie is a transit street, and 65th up here is a transit street. So that's the plan from the general plan for where the transit streets are, where the local streets are, based on the approved PUD. So, I mean, you could modify that. You could recommend to the city council that they do a general plan amendment to modify where the transit streets are, but that's what the general plan shows.
Well, I have a question. So in EBOTS, they talked about a number of new lines that might start or stop in the public market area. Where are they anticipated starting or stopping their routes?
Are you talking AC Transit?
Yes.
I don't know exactly where they would go. I'm not sure. That's actually based on, those aren't recommendations coming out of EBOTS. The EBOTS is reflecting what the AC Transit proposals are. I don't know exactly. I believe they would probably be here on Christie and Shellmound Street, and then going to downtown Berkeley or wherever they would go to. I don't know if they would use.
So they might be parking along Shellmound.
You mean where they'd be laying over?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. That level of detail has not been worked out yet. Currently, the buses lay over right here on Christie, and then they go up and around and back down on Shellmound, I believe.
I'm sorry, the green streets were the transit streets?
Right. Green is transit streets. Gray is local. Yellow here is a connector street. That basically means an arterial street that is not a major transit street. It's like frontage road. So I'm just saying that's what the city policy is.
Yeah. Nevertheless, I think it's something to look at, and here we are.
Yeah.
So that being said, we'll give you the rest of my comments on the park. Although I'm still feeling very strongly about taking a little bit off that north end of the park to allow for the possibility of a future wider street, to have some possibility of a sort of supplemental transit hub, which I think we're going to need in the future. I really appreciate how you've all responded to the community and the committees, and you've really come a long way. I wish that that main thoroughfare through was more straight and more wide and more, maybe we could bring the park picture up just for a moment. Here we go. Right up at the top where it says future development, that's where the pedestrian street, I'm not sure what you guys are all calling it, the kind of the plaza. I would like to see a clear line of sight to that from one end to the other. I mean, I want to know how to get across. And here there's some trees and there's 2 crosswalks, and it's a little confusing. There should be 2 crosswalks, but I would love to see a better line of sight from Christie Avenue over to the plaza. I think that would improve the wayfinding of the park and make it more clear. I love the play structure. I think the dog park is wonderful. I'm all for lawn as a public use. I think it's a great thing. I'm really the only tree I have a strong feeling about is a magnolia, and I think the rest, there are challenges with them. I think that the platanus species, that's the sycamore, is it has a lot of dieback, that gets a lot of mildew. So I think I respectfully disagree with your arborist about the live oaks. I think you're going to find that they'll do poorly and also have major mildew problems. And the Nyssa is very loving of acid soil, and this is clay. So, that being said, I think the materials for your hardscape seem fine and reasonable. And let's see if I had anything else. Oh, and I'm glad to hear that you're including Metrosideros, because there's many species around that do right in that little area that are doing wonderfully. And I actually like the pittosporum. It's fragrant and lovely. But I don't know. I don't know enough about it in brackish soil how it does. So. The last thing I'm going to put a plug in for is what our city arborist said, which is that trees need to be maintained often and carefully, especially staked in windy situations like this, and pruned correctly, and this costs money. This costs money that is well spent, especially in the first decade, and so it's crucial that this happen, or the trees are we're going to have another Christie Park like we have now, with leaning trees and sad trees, and this is really crucial. So anyway, that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Kimberly, you said the only tree you felt strongly about was the magnolia. Are you strongly in favor or strongly opposed to it?
I am strongly in favor of keeping that one magnolia. I think it is the one tree species that, I walked around, looked every single one. That specimen that looked really good. Didn't have problems with it. I agree with the arborist report.
That one particular
it was
tree.
47 or something.
47.
Not the species in general.
That one tree.
Okay.
Number 47.
Okay. So I definitely want to thank the applicant for their efforts. I think this plan is much improved from the previous iteration that we saw, which I thought was also a really good start. But I think you've really taken our comments to heart, and those that you've gotten from the Parks and Rec Commission and the City Council and the other boards and commissions on the public. And you know, I can really see them in this plan. I also want to somewhat regretfully sort of echo Commissioner Gunkel's concerns about looking at the site overall. You know, I know that we kind of had a chance to do that in the very beginning when we were sort of asked to make a determination about the changes to the sort of overall programmatic changes to the PDP. But I'm sort of starting to feel like it's a little bit piecemeal, so I think I probably should make the comment before I regret not making it. So I will. That said, as far as the comments on the park specifically, I like that you've straightened out the path. I am supportive of Commissioner Coomerly's comments about you know, making it a clear line of sight. I think that's really good, because I think that plaza is going to be a really nice place, and you know, to make that visual connection, I think will be a really important feature. Let's see what else. I'm a little bit concerned about the what are you calling them here? The grass berms adjacent to the play area. I think those could be a really cool feature, and could sort of expand the play area as a, you know, and provide a means of other play. However, I really would love to see a good working example of something like that in a similar environment as Emeryville. I think it definitely could work with a park that's you know, in a vibrant urban environment that's getting a lot of use. But I would like to see it, and the Doyle Hollis Park, you know, does get really a fair amount of use, but I'd like to see this working in a similar environment, because I'm just concerned that it could work either really well, or it could become this sort of ignored feature that then it makes that area of the park not useful for very much else if it's not being used, you know, if it's not being used in a meaningful way. And also, so you may have picked up, I was asking the city arborist a lot about sort of questions about canopy, because on sheet G015, you've shown us like this picture, which I think is a really great park, labeled main pathway character. And I look at that and I think that's awesome. That's, you know, if that's what the main pathway looked like, then we would, you know,
That's New York.
that would be a win. We would, but also, I mean, this, you know, this photo looks like Bryant Park or something like that. You know, I realize there are a lot of challenges on this site as far as wind and soils and things like that. But I do think to the extent that we could get a really great canopy over the main pathway, that would be really a win, because there are, you know, there are huge areas of this park that are unexposed for good reason, and I think, you know, if you want to sit in the sun, there's plenty of opportunities to do that in this park. There's a nice curvy seat wall along the side of that big lawn that will be pretty sunny, and areas like that, you know, areas near the playground and things like that. So I was looking at this photo, thinking, well, you know, what makes this so great? And it's, you know, it's the canopy, and also it's got this sort of medium height vegetation with these little fences around it, so it grows really healthy on either side of the path. So I think to the extent that we could get a tree that would create some really good canopy along the path would be really nice, and you know, use of these different kind of levels of landscaping to really make it look lush is really nice. And The other thing I was thinking is, in this photo also, there's this sort of kiosk in the middle of the pathway. The pathway goes around, and I'm usually not one for adding sort of obstacles in the middle of a pathway. I do think that, like I said, kind of the line of sight through the park is really critical, but halfway through the park or somewhere, I think it could be really nice to create a plaza with a little fountain in the middle or something like that. Kind of like this photo also reminds me of Forsyth Park in Savannah, which does have a really prominent fountain that everyone takes pictures of. So, and that works really well. And I think that could really work well here as well. And something like a fountain might provide some nice background noise, and just be a nice focal gathering point. So, to the extent that could be done in the proper place while still, preserving sightlines from that area to the plaza on the other side and to the crosswalk on the other side, I think that could be a really nice feature. So, and I love the whale in the playground, I have to say. So I think those are my comments. Does anyone else?
I forgot one thing. The lighting, I think that needs to be developed a little bit further, especially for the dog park and the play area. It seems like 6 lights might not be quite enough and possibly the paths. And when I said I liked the Pittosporum rhombifolia, I do like it, but I completely agree with you that I think you need a more prominent tree for the main walkway that really creates a canopy. Yeah.
And I would just briefly like to also express my support for looking at that 63rd Street width to make it work for more than, not narrow it down right there and see how that would work out, but also to strengthen the connection to the future promenade, maybe not having the tree right there at the crosswalk, but inviting people in, not having that as a focal point that cuts off, but having something, maybe continuing the alley of trees a little bit more straight and more direct through the park, so it draws you into the park from that area. So.
Oh, and just one other comment I just remembered. In terms of allowing, so I'm going to make this comment a little bit tentatively because I did hear from staff that we're going to be sort of considering some program options for the city-owned parcels next to this site at our next meeting. So kind of pending the outcome of our comments on that, I'm going to say if the goal is to link this park to a possible future expansion on the Dang parcel, then it's labeled here as utility. So I know there is that utility easement along the side of the site, and it's labeled as utility easement with berm and ornamental grasses. It probably makes sense to not have a berm there if the, if the idea is to link it further, rather than, because then we're going to end up with this visual berm right through the middle of a park.
Yeah.
So what do we do about all these questions we have?
Well, I'm hearing that you're probably not ready to approve this FDP at your next meeting, which is what we have scheduled. It sounds to me that the commission would like to have another study session, or rather I should say a study session, on the overall PUD and how all of the various pieces that are being proposed by City Center and Avalon Bay fit together into the overall PUD. I guess we'd be interested at that point to hear the commission's ideas for how you feel the overall master plan that City Center has now should be modified to conform to the PDP, especially in light of the fact that the building at 64th and Christie has kind of thrown everything for a bit of a loop. And I guess a sort of a threshold question is, do you feel that these modifications are significant enough that the PDP needs to go back to the City Council to be modified? Or are you comfortable making the determination that these various FDPs are substantially consistent with the PDP. I mean, I think a key question there is to acknowledge that the city council is the one who approved the FDP for that building at the corner, which implied that the rest of the PUD was going to be modified somehow. It would have to be, because the road has moved. So in a way, the city council has already tacitly approved a modification to the PDP because of that road realignment. But, I mean, I guess it sounds to me like the commission wants to look at the whole thing before you are asked to approve the park FDP. So I would suggest that we schedule a study session at your next meeting on December 11th on the whole PUD, and then come back at the following meeting in January with the park, assuming that you're satisfied after the study session on the whole PUD? Does that sound like a reasonable course of action?
Yeah, I think so. And I think we want to make sure also that we sort of take into consideration the transit landscape in the area, given kind of the EBOT study and AC Transit, you know, what we know about AC Transit's plans for service in that area, and, you know, make sure that the PDP jives with those.
And if that's also when we're looking at the sites to the south of the park, it seems like that's going to have a lot of impact on the most valuable portions of the park. Because right now, you look at the park and it's like, oh, the southern portion of it is the sunny part, but if there's a 6-story building to the south of it, all of a sudden, you know, the northern part of the park is actually what's sunny during middle of the day, and then none of it's really sunny after that. So it's just if
looking
we
at that
look
more
at
closely.
that in the conversation too.
Other than those items you've just mentioned, are there any other specific issues that you would like addressed at the overall study session?
I guess if, in terms of the future mixed-use development to the east that may end up being a market, we need to talk about how the loading and unloading is going to happen with that.
Yeah, I think that's particularly important because the new Berkeley Bowl West is a good example that trucks are parked in the entry driveway constantly. And we haven't seen any specific plans on that at all.
Well, let me just say that is evolving. I understand there is a new grocery store that is now in the mix, and that parcel will probably be coming forward sooner rather than later. I don't believe there is a plan to modify the loading much from what you saw previously. If you recall, the loading was to be on the Shellmount Street side, and we did, and I think the commission did deliberate about that. There didn't seem to be a lot of options for where to put that loading, and we did have Fair and Piers look at that, and they made a few suggestions as how to modify it to allow the trucks to get in and out without interfering with the other traffic.
So they wouldn't go up 63rd Street?
The intent, I believe, was that they not go that way. In fact, we suggested that they design it so the trucks would be directed to come from the north down Shellmount from the freeway. But yeah, we can bring that back too.
One more thing, I think we started to hear some concerns at our last meeting, when we did the study sessions on the two other marketplace sites. Some concerns about sort of the massing in the original PDP versus what's currently being proposed. I would just hate to sort of leave that out of the discussion and then have it come back at an inopportune time.
Okay.
Is the plan to go ahead with the park as soon as it's approved?
You mean to construct it?
Yeah.
I believe so.
The 2015.
Yeah. All right, any other issues. All right, well, we will schedule that overall study session for your next meeting, and we'll tentatively schedule the park FDP for your January 22nd meeting.
Great. All right, well, I think that concludes this item. And yeah, we'll take a short break. We'll reconvene at 8:45. So our last item tonight is a study session on the Sherwin-Williams project, Sherwin-Williams mixed-use project. Can we have the staff report, please?
Okay, good evening. So today's the day where we have at least a couple of study sessions. So this is a second study session as well. On Sherwin-Williams, as you know, I'm sure you know very well by now where Sherwin-Williams is. It's an 8.5-acre site and a site of the former paint company which ceased its operations back in 2006. The remediation was completed in January of last year, and at this point there are no restrictions on the type of land use on this property. In terms of background, so we were here almost about a year ago with the study session for this project. Then in the same year, it went to the City Council for a study session. After that, the applicant went back to the drawing board. They had some changes in the applicant team, which they will be talking about, and they filed an application this year in the fall. Since the filing of the application, the submittal has been reviewed by the BPAC and the Parks and Recreation Committee earlier this month, and we have the Planning Commission study session now. And it is anticipated that the City Council will see the proposal that you're going to see today in January. The staff report says that the City Council would see it in December, but due to some scheduling issues, it has been pushed out to the January study session for the City Council. So just to remind you, this is what you saw last year for the study session. Horton Street is on the top of the screen. Here's the railroad. And here's Sherwin. And the existing building along Horton Street was to be retained as office, and the rest of the site was organized around a central green. There were going to be 3 new parcels, and the total count was 460 units, 70,000 square feet of office in the existing building, and 15,000 square feet of retail, mostly along the ground floor on both sides of the greenway, of the central green, sorry. So this sort of looks at, again, the 2030 in terms of how it would look in terms of height. So the existing building, of course, is about 42 feet. The new buildings, the 2 new buildings along would attain a maximum height of 75 feet. And the tallest building would be this parcel D, where the proposal was that it would go as high as 100 feet. So just to remind you again, in terms of with the comments that you provided at that time, you felt that the proposed mix of uses was acceptable. You recommended active uses in form of commercial or live work spaces be accommodated on both sides of the central green on the ground floor. You said that the proposed parcels were too big and needed to be broken up. Alternative approach to the garages be considered. Buildings to be no taller than 7 to 9 stories on the north and 6 stories for the rest. There was a desire to see building designs that were modern and industrial in look with use of brick and steel rather than multicolored stucco buildings. There was a desire to see family-friendly and mixed-income housing units. And it was suggested that the applicant should work on their TDM measures now so that they could be analyzed as part of the traffic study. So last year, again, just as a reminder, our City Council comments that were made on this old proposal. They felt that there was a need to consolidate all open areas to create one bigger and more usable open area. As a result of this comment, there was a concern expressed of having proposed open areas in shade, which led to the suggestion of land swap with the city that owns the parcel adjacent to the railroad. They also suggested more east-west connections, similar to yours. They wanted to include a certain percentage of affordable housing units. They favored the use of local labor for construction and suggested that the applicant look into having labor agreements that would include fair wages and opportunities for youth training. And as a result of the comments that were received by the applicant, by this body, and the City Council, the applicant has responded regarding the desire to see the city parcel swap for open space. The applicant has now proposed two options. One which includes the swap decided by the City Council, and one without the swap. And this is because the time frame for the city parcel's availability for development is unclear at this time. So the idea is that both proposals will be processed and analyzed, and decision-making bodies, yourself included and the City Council, will consider both the proposals for approval. Now, the selection of which options will be pursued is contingent on the long-range property management plan prepared by the city as a successor agency to the redevelopment agency, and the ability of the developer and the city to agree on a land deal for the swap. Other ways that the applicant has responded to the comments is that parcels B and C have been broken up to create more east-west connectors, and you'll see that in a minute. And the building heights of parcels along Sherwin Avenue and Horton Avenue are stepped down to 55 feet along the street frontage. So this is the proposed option A. So it's kind of twisted now. You have Horton at the bottom, and this is the railroad. You have Sherwin here. As this is the existing building, which will be retained. So this parcel has been broken up. A new street, the new 46th Street, has been created. The central green has been maintained, and the parcel C has been split into two. And you can see the incorporation of the park area here, and this would be the city parcel where you have a residential building. In terms of heights, existing building remains the same. So the buildings facing Sherwin Avenue, you can see that the frontages are stepped down to 55 feet, and the rest of the building is proposed to be as tall as 75 feet. The same is the case for this building, building B2 along Horton. Again, it is stepped down to 55 feet, and the highest would be 75. This building does not step down since it's fronting the central green, and so does this. So this is 100 feet, and this would be 75 feet. Option B, as you can see, the city park is in the location where the city parcel is, and the rest of the proposal is pretty much the same, except that these two parcels are connected, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. In terms of total units, and the heights is the same thing, stepped down along the building frontages on Sherwin and Horton, and the remaining heights of the buildings remain the same as option 1. So that's 100 feet here, 75 feet for the other buildings. So in terms of mix of uses between the 2013 proposal and the current proposal, you can see the current proposal is slightly bigger. Just to note, both proposals are identical in terms of the mix of uses, so that does not change. So both A and B will have 540 units, about 79,600 square feet of office, and about 15,000 square feet of commercial. So they have increased the number of units by 90 and increased the non-residential commercial, non-residential square footage by about 20,000 square feet. Now, mix of uses by parcel. This is the proposal. Again, this is identical for both the options. So parcel A is the existing building, so that will be used for office. Parcel B1, that is the one that is, let's just go back real quick. So parcel B1 is here, fronting Sherwin Avenue. B2 would be Horton Street, and then the C1 would be fronting Sherwin Avenue, and then C2 and parcel D. So in terms of what each parcel is included. So parcel B1 has 175 units. It's got a ground floor restaurant space of about 5,000 and an additional 7,000 square feet of ground floor retail space or residential amenity, and this would be fronting the central green. Parcel B2 includes 58 units, and this is the parcel fronting Horton, and it will have a ground floor office space for about 5,600, but the most of the building would be a parking garage. As you can see, the parking spaces is about nearly a little under 500 spaces there. Parcel C1, this is the one facing Sherwin Avenue. It has 104 units. Parcel C2, next to it has 128 units, a bit of ground floor retail, 3,000 square feet. Parcel D, that's the tallest building, will have 75 units, and the rest of it would be parking. In terms of vehicular circulation, now between the two options, vehicular circulation is what is different. So this is option A, and you can see where the garage entrances are for this parcel. They occur off Sherwin Avenue, and for parcel B, it occurs here. The new street will be used to access these two parcels, and here is the garage entry for parcel D, and here's the entry for parcel C2. This is different in option B. As you can see, parcel C will be accessed fundamentally through 46th Street, and these two parcels are connected, so that's how the circulation will occur. Other details will be, I'm not going to go into it in terms of open space and details of that and how much, how big they are. I'm going to let the applicant go into the details of that. I would just like to focus now in terms of conformity of this plan with the land use policies. So the land use designation is MUR and open space. The site is over 5 acres, so a PUD is required. And the MUR district requires a mix of uses for a PUD, one of which must be residentials. The other mix of uses, the regulations do not specify an exact mix. The mix is to be determined by yourself and the city council. What is being proposed is residential plus little under 80,000 square feet of office and 15,000 square feet of retail. The net developable area on this site is about 5.3 acres. So in terms of residential density, so what is allowed is 85 units per acre by right, which can be increased to 100 units with a bonus. So this, for this site, calculates to 451 units by right and 530 units with a bonus. What they have proposed is 540 units, so the project needs to reduce the unit count by 10 to comply with the bonus density that is permitted. And if they reduce it to 530, they would need a bonus points of 100. In terms of FAR, what is allowed is 2 by right and 3 with a bonus. What they are proposing is 3.2. Again, the project needs to reduce the non-residential area by 50,000 square feet to comply with the bonus FAR allowed. In terms of height, it is 55 for the southern portion by right, which can be increased to 75 feet. There's an error there, sorry about that. What they are proposing is for parcels B and C, it's 75 feet, and parcel D is up to 100 feet. So this is permitted, and they will need to provide public benefits or the bonus points worth 100 bonus points. In terms of bonus points, as I have mentioned earlier in different projects, it is not necessary to earn separate points in each category. The project will need 100 points, and they have identified the following bonus categories at this time. Reuse of a significant building will give them 35 points. They're proposing a TDM program, which would include bicycle sharing. That will give them 15 points. Bike lockers, 10 points. Electronic transit information signs, another 10 points. They have identified family-friendly housing, which means that 5% of total units on this site would be family-friendly, and what, in terms of bonus, it means is all of them, these units would have to have 3-bedroom units. There should be laundry hookups within each unit, and there are certain amount of open space and private space, which is what constitutes family-friendly for the bonus purposes. So that would earn them 10 points. They are also proposing to have electrical vehicle charging stations, and that will give them 20 points. So this adds up to 90 points. They are short of 10 points, so that's something that they need to figure out what they want to do. In terms of parks and greenway, in addition to a public park of approximately 2 acres, the general plan calls for the greenway to traverse this parcel to connect between Horton Landing Park to the north and the Park Avenue District Bay Trail to the south. The project does provide the 2 acres of open space in both the options in form of central green and a plaza area. And in addition, the project includes the design and construction of the park one way or the other on the city-owned parcel adjacent to the railroad and the extension of the greenway from the Horton Landing Park to Sherwin Avenue. In terms of street design, the key thing that I would like to point out is that the proposed new 46th Street is 52 feet wide, while our design standard for a local street is 60 feet. So the project will need to be modified to comply with the standard. The project was reviewed by DCC. Some of the comments that were made was that the applicant could assist in funding the acquisition and cleanup of Parcel C, which is part of the Phase 2 of the Horton Landing Park, to qualify for the additional bonus points that they do need. There was a desire expressed to see a wider central green. It was noted that plans should include light poles so that it is coordinated with the tree spacing throughout the project. They show a fence along the railroad edge. This would need to match the corresponding fences along Bay Street and IKEA. The parcel should include use of reclaimed water, as East Bay Mud's reclaimed water line runs up Horton Street. This went to the BPAC earlier this month. They were generally satisfied with the overall plan and had a preference for option A. They recommended that ground level bike parking be provided within each building. They also suggested that the traffic calming measures should be incorporated in the design of the streets. They felt that they suggested consideration of streetcar as an option instead of Emery go-around. At the Parks and Recreation Committee, the committee generally liked the project's open and recreation areas in terms of location and the size. They felt that the central green should include tables and seating areas, as this was probably going to be used more as a social space. A preference for tennis courts was noted, as the city does not have any public tennis courts. So all the open areas in both the options, including areas that are designated for active spaces like the courts, would be open to the entire public and not just to the residents. So all open areas will be open and accessible for everybody to use. They suggested that all the green or the turf areas be provided with electrical outlets to avoid use of generators for movie screenings or any of the children's events that might need electrical hookups. So moving forward, the staff has hired LSA Associate to conduct environmental analysis, and they will be doing the CEQA review for this project. We expect to do an EIR. And in terms of permits required, it will need a PUD and a general plan amendment, and the project will require approval from both the Planning Commission and the City Council. So this body will be making a recommendation to the City Council for the final approval. in terms of what we would like to hear from you today and give us direction on is the proposed siting of parcels and buildings. Are they acceptable to you? Is the proposed circulation and layout of the streets appropriate for the site? Is the siting and sizes of open space acceptable? What type of open spaces do you wish to see in the central green and the park areas? Are the proposed height and massing acceptable? And are the proposed bonus categories acceptable? And of course, any other issues. So that concludes my presentation. I would like to point out a letter that is in front of you. It is a letter from a citizen, from Mr. John, I'm not sure how to, Bouters, I'm not sure I'm saying that right, but a copy of that is at the dais. So if you have any questions from me, I would be happy to answer. Of course, the applicant has a
What is the
presentation.
status of the bike bridge, which is then adjacent to this?
You know, Charlie, do we have a status?
I believe the funding for that is still in question. It's still in litigation with the State Department of Finance, over former redevelopment money. As you may know, we won in lower court, and then they appealed that. So that appeal is still wending its way through the courts.
So if there are no more questions.
Oh, I have several questions.
Okay, go ahead.
So first of all, in speaking on kind of that same subject of the state, if the state was to win in court and the land swap fails, could this force the sale of the current state-owned property, which
excuse
then
me.
would...
I'm sorry.
Commissioner Keller, those are two different issues.
No, this is about the park and the land swap. I want to know what would happen.
But
if
we're
that-
not in litigation with the state about the land swap.
Or not?
No, we're in litigation with the state about the bridge.
Okay, so
The
do we
land
own
swap
this
is-
the property in the land swap?
Anticipate possible litigation over our property management plan, of which the parcel that would be subject to the swap is part of that plan.
Okay.
But
So then my question is it possible that we will not be able to swap that land out and that we may have to do something different with that land that would preclude us from making it open space? That's the crux of my question.
Unlikely.
Unlikely. So if we had to go with parcel or with option B, we would still have pretty certain guarantees that we would get a park in that spot, that we wouldn't have to sell that property and develop it?
There are no guarantees, but I mean, it is unlikely. There is a possibility, and I can't give you a percentage, where that is on the scale, that that the city may be required to sell its parcel and divide the proceeds to the taxing entities.
That's what I was understanding and I'm concerned with.
Right.
Go ahead.
No.
But if we were to do that, if we were required to do that, whoever were to buy that parcel would basically have to build a park because it's zoned for open space.
Okay.
Unless the state told us we had to rezone it for something else.
Well, and that's just it. To get back to your issue, even if in the worst case scenario, the city were required to sell the parcel and divide the proceeds among the taxing entities, the fact remains that that parcel would still hold the zoning designation of open space. So the buyer of that parcel, whoever it may be, would, the options for development on that site would still essentially be constrained by the requirement of the open space designation.
Okay. So in question 2, in looking at the plan, I'm still kind of perplexed and confused why we're not using Halleck Street as an extension behind parcel C for parking access. This would work with both option A and B. It would create an additional access point to move vehicles off the other streets. More so, it would eliminate the pedestrian auto conflict that would be created between buildings C1 and C2 if option B was selected. Why are we not looking at Halleck Street as at least a driveway, if not a street?
Perhaps it may be better if you actually hear the applicant's presentation first. Your question may be answered.
Okay.
by
Okay.
that.
And if it's not, I'll bring it up
Yeah,
again.
yes.
Okay, and then there's some talk about some general plan amendment changes to designations of property on there. Can you kind of bring up that map and kind of explain to us which ones have to be changed and why?
Well, okay, let's see.
Because other than the city-owned property, I didn't know that we had any land designations that needed to be changed for this project.
Well, when we create a PUD, that itself is a general plan amendment.
Okay.
Because the so for
But it's talking about moving some MURs to something else. And
The entire northern portion of the Sherwin-Williams site is designated for open space.
Okay.
So that building that they're showing up there with the sports courts to the north of it, that's in an open space zone.
Okay.
And designated as open space on the general plan. So they can't build a building there. So they would have to swap that open space designation with open space elsewhere on the site. There you go.
Okay.
That's the zoning and also the general plan designation of the site. So that whole northern portion of the site that's green, they can't build anything there
Okay, that's so
unless
weird,
they
'cause I remember-
amend the general plan.
I remember in working with the general plan that we specified that particular area for this additional height. So why would we have zoned up for a different height if we're making it green space? Just what we
Maybe
did?
that was in anticipation of a future land swap.
So what we would do is-
it's not a land swap, a future redesignation.
Okay, so we would swap some of this green space for some of the non-green space within the project.
Correct.
Okay,
This, by the way, this open space designation dates way back.
Okay.
It's 20, 30 or more years that parcel up at the north end of the Sherwin-Williams has been designated for open space. So when we did the new general plan, we didn't want to change that. We didn't want to lose that open space. So we just left it there kind of as a holding pattern, knowing that it might get moved around in the future, but we wanted to retain that amount of open space.
Sounds logical. Okay, so going on down, looking at the project, you say that they're over by 10 units in their residential and over quite a bit, 50,000 square feet in their commercial or other uses. What does it take for that amount of residential and commercial to get approved? Are we talking another general plan amendment?
They cannot even apply. They have to comply with the bonus maximum.
Well, the short answer is yes. It could be done with a general plan amendment, but you'd have to reduce the amount of open space then.
Okay.
I mean, at the end of the day, the city council can change anything.
Yeah.
Right? But we would certainly not encourage the applicant to go in that direction.
That's what I'm curious about, is why have they proposed something that's really not likely to happen unless we go all the way to city council and amend the general plan?
We'll have to ask them.
Okay.
Wait,
I have a few more, but if you want to interject, go ahead.
I just want to ask a follow-up question, if I may. Does that mean there's no higher general plan, there's no general plan designation with a higher density than what the site has?
Well, actually, yeah, you're right. They don't necessarily have to reduce the amount of open space. They could ask for a general plan amendment to a higher FAR and a higher residential density category.
But again, we have no reason to support something such a proposal because, our general plan is relatively new. So unless there's a really good reason, it's not something that staff would be encouraging the applicant to go in that direction. We would ask them to reduce by the density and the FAR.
I'm just kind of confused looking at the plan, particularly option A with the parcels and the green space and stuff. Is that plan not showing us what they're proposing in terms of the number of units and the number of commercial spaces? So is this less green space than we want, or that is?
No, what they've done is to put within the tan areas where that's option B, but it amounts to the same thing.
It doesn't matter, yeah.
The amount of stuff that they've put in the tan areas is more than is allowed.
But yet it's within the height restrictions.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just confused how it fits in here, but yet it doesn't.
Well, FAR and height and residential density are three different things, and there's not necessarily a direct correlation between them all. You could build a box that completely filled up the site and went all the way up to the height limit. If you did that, that box would most likely have more floor area than what the FAR allowed. And the purpose of FAR is to kind of whittle that box down into a shape that is more user-friendly, shall we say.
I mean, if you look at these, these boxes are cut up, right? So that's what Charlie's saying. If it was a rail box, then you can still increase more square footage.
That just looks like that would fit, but I get that part. So
for example, if you have an FAR of 3, but essentially what that means is you can put a box in that has 3 stories, because the FAR is 3 times, the floor area of the building can be 3 times the site area. So you could put a building in that covered the entire site and went up 3 floors. If your floor heights were 12 feet, say, that'd give you a 36-foot tall building, but the height limit is 100. Right? So the idea is that you shape the building so that you still have some open area left on the site after you've built your building.
Okay, so on the parking on both scenarios, would you say this is more or less than the city requires?
It's pretty close.
Pretty close to what we're...
Pretty close.
Okay. And is the parking in B2, the parcel in B2, mostly for the people working in parcel A?
Excuse me, I just want to elaborate on the parking answer.
Okay.
This is a PUD. The PUD process allows the applicant to request modifications of the city's regulations in various things, including parking. So if they want to propose a different parking ratio than what the city requires as the part of the PUD process, they can do that.
Okay.
They haven't said they're going to do that for parking. They have said that they're going to do that for open space. And I'm not talking about the park area. I'm talking about the open, individual private open space that's required for each unit. They have indicated that they are going to modify that requirement, although they have not told us yet exactly how.
Well, just for our point of observing, what would we normally want in terms of parking spaces for a unit at this site, it kind of gives me some context of how I want to judge it.
Says we haven't done that analysis, I don't think, but it's
pretty close.
It's pretty close.
And then the major parking building on parcel B2 is generally to house the people in parcel A.
Yep.
So in the evening, that really won't be used that much.
It's unlikely.
Okay, for now I'm done.
Can I follow up also with the parking question? So when you say pretty close, it's because if I remember correctly, the parking requirements and the planning regulations are sort of a target with a range above and below. So when you say pretty close,
it falls within the range. I don't know where exactly in the range it is. I haven't done the analysis.
Okay.
But it is within. It's not, it's within somewhere in the range.
For residential, the range is from the estimated demand to 10% above that. For non-residential, it's from the estimated demand. It's from 33% below the estimated demand to 10% above it. So we don't go below the estimated demand for residential, but we do for other uses. And the residential is based on the unit mix. So studios and 1-bedrooms have a lower requirement than 2 and 3 bedrooms. And I don't believe we have the unit mix.
Okay.
Do we?
No.
So we don't know how many 1, 2, 3 bedroom studio units they're providing at this point, so we can't really calculate the exact parking requirement, right? Or parking, requirement right now.
They do have the breakdown on.
Do they?
Yeah, on the
They
plan.
have the breakdown here. Yeah, this is,
Okay, well, I stand corrected then. I guess we could have
But I did have one other question I didn't ask, and it was a clarifying question on the bonus points. Is my math wrong, or, because I counted they got 100 points.
did they?
Yeah, not 90. Is it not
Maybe
correct? You guys have 100 points already? That's what I thought. Okay, thanks.
Sorry. I think at the last minute I did the math wrong.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I obviously didn't study this that closely. They've got the parking figured out too. They've got it all summarized here. I can't verify that it's correct, but they've got it here.
That's the basis for me saying that it's pretty close.
So I have a couple more questions. What is the extent of So the council will be doing a study session on this in January. What is the extent of the approvals that would be required by the city council for this project?
They will be the final decision-making body.
No,
They-
but what approvals?
For what? For
PUD
for the PUD?
Yeah.
Okay.
and general plan
And the
amendment.
general plan amendment, the same
Okay.
permits, the two
Okay.
permits, yeah.
Preliminary development plan and general plan amendments.
And then I had another question. Is there a certain rationale for the stepping down of the building towards Horton Street? It seems, I get that, I get along Sherwin why that's happening, but along Horton, it seems like it's just stepping down to sort of other.
That is what the applicant
Those
took away
uses.
from the input that was received by the community residents as well as the planning commission. I think the commission, there was one comment where they wanted to see smaller buildings, and only 7 to 9. I mean, this was supposed to be the tallest and no more than 7 to 9 stories. So I think they were sort of responding to that.
And the artist co-op is across the street.
Yeah.
And
They're
yeah.
proposing
that's the
they're
artist
proposing townhouses there. So they wanted it to sort of to step down and connect more with the artist lofts across the street.
And then I had one other question. I'm trying to remember.
They did?
What is meant by, so the hatched areas are, let me see if I can get to that drawing.
Yeah, the hatched area is a little confusing.
Yeah, so explain it.
First of all, the hatched area is also showing, I believe, how the height, first of all, to what extent the 55 feet will be. So if you measure it out, I haven't measured it out, but that's what it means. It also means that so there's the height, and the other is the use. So each building will have some different level of, it says here, it will be a ground floor. Essentially what it's saying is that the hatched areas, there will be no parking. You will not see parking here. It'll be either residential on the ground level on this parcel. The hatched area probably on this parcel is non-residential. Could be live work, it could be retail, it could be residential amenity. The hatched area here is residential. There's, I believe, if my memory is correct, there's no retail on this side. And this hatched area, I'm actually not quite sure what that is.
So I think what you're
So
saying.
there are a lot of clarifications that the applicant has been given a list of questions.
I believe the hatched areas represent residential or commercial uses on the ground floor,
Right.
as opposed to, as Mira said, parking or amenity space or utilities or whatever. The heights are just called out in text.
Yeah.
Right.
They don't necessarily correspond to the hatched areas.
Except here and
Well,
here.
there are places.
I mean, so
There are places, in most
But not
places,
here.
the lower heights do correspond to a hatched area, but that's not what the hatching is indicating.
So I think if I can kind of interpret what you're saying, I think even though that hatched area is kind of termed in terms of land uses in its description, it's really more of a comment about building form than it is about, because, I mean, commercial or residential doesn't really tell me much. You're saying it's sort of not parking,
not
it's more of a
parking.
comment
Yes,
about
I think that's the
building form.
easiest way, yeah.
Okay,
Well, I think if you look.
It's active frontage,
yeah.
is what it is.
Yeah, if you look at the, somewhere there's a site plan that shows the first floor of the buildings.
Yeah, that's paid.
And I apologize that these pages are not numbered. In your staff report, it refers to page numbers, but then the plans aren't numbered. Somewhere there's a site plan that shows
So
the
if you
ground floor
see-
uses, or there
This
was.
one, it would come
this?
after.
I didn't see that.
See anything?
Oh, man.
It would come after the street sections.
After the streets.
If you go into the street sections, I'm
Yeah.
sorry the pages are not numbered, but,
I don't
I don't think we have that.
We don't have that one.
Not in our side.
We don't have
Yeah.
that.
oh, you don't have that?
No.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
yeah.
the applicant, yeah,
Let's put it up.
Yeah, you can, if you want to put it up on the overhead.
No.
think maybe it would make sense to have the applicant give us a presentation.
Oh, there it is, yeah. Yeah, we apologize. I don't think this is in your packet, but this shows the ground level, and it's pretty obvious from this where the parking is, I think, and the parking ramps and so forth. And the boxes that aren't labeled, generally speaking, are either ground floor residential or ground floor commercial, although there are some boxes that I believe also represent either lobby or utility or amenity space.
Right, so on parcel B, here they are saying that there would be restaurant, there would be retail, there could be live work, there could also be residential amenity space, so lobby for the residential. Along here, I'm not exactly, I suppose it's got to be residential because there's nothing else that is being proposed. And so these spaces would also be residential and maybe some retail.
So,
Actually, I have it in here. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I mean, when I remember the original plan was sort of this corridor with retail on both sides of this circle. And if I look at this breakout on either plan, it doesn't seem like there's really any retail outside of the area right at Sherwin. Is that?
There is. I think these kind of questions maybe would be more appropriately directed to the applicant,
Okay.
so they can describe their proposal to you. Basically, the larger boxes on the ground floor are retail. Those, like in parcel B1, you see all those boxes that face Hubbard Circle? Those are too big to be residential units. That's all supposed to be retail. And I think on parcel C2, the ones at the kind of southeast corner of the building, I think those might also be retail. But the applicant can elaborate on that.
So before we allow the applicant to come up, are there any other questions of staff? All right, thanks, Maru.
Yeah, let me just.
Good evening, Chair Moss, members of the Commission. My name is Joe Ernst. I'm with SRM Ernst Partners, and I'm here tonight on behalf of me and my partners who are with me tonight, Bruce Dorfman with Thompson Dorfman, and Kevin Ma with Lennar Multifamily Communities, who has joined us since the last time we were in front of you. Just quickly, I want to share with you a little history. Our work on this plan started back in, back in 2003. At that time, we had developed a more flexible plan, which had a formula for looking at commercial and housing or variations thereof. The residential plan we had at that time was slightly more dense than what we were proposing. But the site configuration that we developed at that time went through the same process we've gone through here over the last year. It was vetted heavily with the Park Avenue District Committee, the community, and the study sessions. The image you see on the screen is the site as it was in 2003. In 2004, let's see. In 2004, we made an application to move this forward, and we started the EIR process. At that time, though, the remediation of the site was still undefined, and there was some dispute over the type of process to take. In 2005, we ended up withdrawing the application, and at that point in time, the remediation was transferred over from the Regional Water Board to the jurisdiction of the DTSC. But what's important to note, I think, is having gone through several study sessions at that point in time and worked with the community on that plan, that other than some of the heights we had at the northern end of the site, The plan density, the envelope, a lot of that was what would form the basis for the general plan for this site that was adopted in 2009 and amended since. And your questions about the swap with the open space at the north, that was something that was clearly contemplated at that time, resulting in the central green and discussed heavily through the Park Avenue District committees to make better use of that open space. Moving forward to 2012, Sherwin-Williams completed remediation of the site under the jurisdiction of the DTSC. They moved off 140,000 tons of soil. And received closure on the soil from the DTSC. There is an operation and maintenance plan in place for groundwater management and remedial features that you've heard us discuss from time to time that we'll have to work around as we develop the site. But there are no use restrictions. And then more recently, as part of the discussions, the 1.468 acre parcel you see has become part of our plan as improving for park space. In 2013, we restarted the process once Sherwin did complete the remediation. We did reintroduce the same plan going back from 2004, but reintroduced it in a GP compliant with the current general plan. Met with the community, had the 2 study sessions, one with you, the Planning Commission, and the City Council. And now we're back having incorporated most of that feedback we received in the plan. Before I turn it over to Boris Dramoff with Roma, our planner, I would like to tackle 2 issues. We're very surprised standing here tonight that there are issues about FAR and density. These are things that we've thought we worked out going back as far as a year in terms of the interpretation on how those calculated, and have those in meeting notes, and also more recently have it in an email confirming what we discussed a year ago. So again, we're standing here tonight surprised that our FAR and our density per acre is inconsistent. We do know we need the bonus for the height, and that's, I think, been consistent in the message we've shared with you. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Boris Dramoff and have him take you through the plan as it has been presented in our application. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Moss and Planning Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a long evening for all of us. And I would like to first introduce some of the other members of the team that have been working on this. Bonnie Fisher, landscape principal with Roma Design Group, has been involved in the project right from the beginning. LPAS, Ron Metzger and Brady Smith are here also. They're the architects who were working out some of the preliminary units that have been taken into account in the PDP that's being prepared. They will work as executive architects with a whole number of other architects that will ultimately design the different buildings on the site. I think there was a desire to have a lot of diversity and allow for some organic differences to occur, but at the same time create a cohesive way of implementing the projects. We also have BKF civil engineers. They're not here, but they've been addressing utilities, stormwater management, and grading related issues. I want to say also that this is a PDP. We are intending to file an FDP at a later date. The FDP will address the architectural character and development. It will also address in detail the landscape treatments on the site. So there is a future FDP. I think some of the questions that were being asked is we don't have the final design of the buildings. We have to work, and the developers are working to develop the kind of interest that may occur for the retail uses, and therefore we have to maintain a certain amount of flexibility, but the PDP is, and one of the questions you asked, and let me see if I can get to the picture. Nope, that's not the way to go. Okay. One of the questions you asked about the hatched area, maybe I could elaborate. I think it was answered really quite well, but still, is that we don't know exactly where everything will go, but we do think it's important to have active, people-oriented uses on the ground floors. Now, some of those may be live work, Some of them will be commercial, some of them may be office, and some of them may be amenities related to the development on the site. But the exact configuration and location is to be determined, but from as an urbanist and an urban designer, we wanted to make sure that there were specific designations where, yes, parking would not occur, but also that the uses at that point, along those frontages would create for a better public realm. So that is, I think, the intention, on that aspect. Miru did a very good job of presenting a lot of this, so I'm going to even shorten up quite a bit, my presentation. Our basic thing since the last time we were here, and we heard a great deal of very good comments, and we changed the project significantly since the last time. I think we definitely took to heart the issue of bringing in a portion of the city-owned park site into the project, and we feel very good about that. We think that it did not take away from some of the other ideas that were being promoted, but that is something that has to be worked out because of the complications, shall we say, with the State Department of Finance and so on. So therefore, we have to go ahead with 2 different projects. But we also heard from you about opening up the connection. Let's, if I can, opening up the connection back, this is really hard, right there. Opening up the connection to Horton Landing and really making a better spatial linkage through the site. We heard you a lot about the east-west connections and improving those as well. So I think we really tried to address a lot of those issues. And as I said, we have 2 2 projects, 2 options. You can see the different, oops, oh, this thing really jumps around, doesn't it? Sorry. You can see the difference between them. Just really, it's in that corner right there. And we, would like to get this issue resolved in a timely manner because we want to go ahead and proceed. And by the time, hopefully, we get to the FDP to you all, that will be resolved because it's hard to develop every specificity without having an issue like that taken into account. So let me go back and say a few other things related to the project. First of all, I think Miru said very well, the project, whether it's option A or B, has the same development program and really the same amount of open space. There's 2.08 acres of open space on the Sherwin-Williams land that was called for in the general plan. The general plan did allow, though, for a swap of equal to create a better configuration, and there is 1.46 acres of publicly owned open space that will be integrated in the site or dealt with as a separate site, and it's still better connected than in some of the previous schemes that we showed to you. So there's 3.54 acres total of open space in both of the schemes. Our intention is to comply with the general plan and zoning in terms of intensity and density. I think there's a little bit of discussion that is still going on and maybe will continue about how it's calculated. And that's the difference. It's not a matter, we know the numbers overall, but it's a matter of how it's calculated and what is used for the basis of the calculation. But let us work that out with the staff and come back to you. But our intention is to comply, obviously, with that. But we feel that 540 dwelling units is within the allowable density, and 742,600 square feet is within the allowable FAR as of right, without needing a bonus. But we do need a bonus for the height restriction. Now let us work those details out because it is only a matter of how you calculate them. And I think there's some discussions that have taken place and these can be closed. So we were, you know, I don't want to spend a lot of time on that right now, and I don't know that they do, but we'll get those worked out. In terms of parking, you asked, our initial approach, and certainly the distribution of unit types needs to be developed further as we get into the FDP. But taking a first cut at it, we have demonstrated meeting the existing city parking requirements for both visitor parking and by unit type on the project. So we're not asking for any deviation of that. We are also meeting the commercial parking, but in that case, we're saying we can go to, because there is some opportunity for deviation there between a range, as Mr. Bryant said, but we're asking for some allowance in that area because there's a great deal of parking here, and the ability to joint use parking when you can, visitor parking, for example, versus office parking, what time, you know, is there a percentage of sharing? And that'll be analyzed further, but we are asking for lowering the requirement on the commercial so that, you know, we can take advantage of that. But otherwise, our intention is to meet those opportunities. In terms of the open space development, and we showed, I don't know if these appeared in your packet. They did, okay. We think that there are opportunities for a wide range of recreational facilities. We did suggest a dog park in both schemes. We did suggest some sports courts in both schemes, and I can point to them. We did suggest a children's playground with an adult fitness. One of the things we found these days is that adults that take their kids to the playground like to get fit at the same time, or at least many of them do. So having some adult fitness associated with the children's playground tends to work very well. And we do think that the central Hubbard Circle, which is a kind of blending of movement and staying activities in the project, which create a very unique kind of place, you know, in this day and age is going to be a little bit more towards the hardscape than sitting on the lawn, considering the kinds of, you know, sustainability issues. But also, I think, as some people have said during the comments, maybe it should be more like a central plaza, you know, or at least portions of it, with rich landscaping, but at the same time, lots of opportunities for people to sit. In addition to that, we have open meadow areas for that more flexible play that also are part of the project. We did put some initial thoughts on potential street trees to be incorporated, but really the landscape palette is really going to be part of the FDP when we start developing the landscape design to a much greater degree. But we did want to indicate that there's a great deal of diversity that could be accommodated. Again, you know, Meru went through most of this. It is true, 75 feet is what is desired, stepping down to 55 feet along Sherwin and Horton, up to 100 feet in Parcel D at the north end. And these are similar in both options. We will be developing those to a much greater degree in the final development plan proposal. And I said, you know, I think our desire is to have all of the garages encapsulated within structures, particularly as it relates to the adjacent perimeter areas and along Hubbard Circle. We have described some initial architectural guidelines and standards in the PDP for both the buildings and the landscape spaces, if you read the complete text of that. However, that is what we're going to be bringing back when we bring the final development plan for both of those aspects, architecture and for the landscape. stormwater management features are incorporated in all of the schemes. It's important to note here that we do have to address some unique constraints that we have on the site. Number one is the site is built up to the old dock level. This is part of the remediation. We transitioned very nicely, very, very smoothly up to that level, but we can't dig that level out and put parking below grade. So all parking has to be above grade and therefore has to be carefully encapsulated. And as I mentioned, it also is part of the reason we need to address the heights that we have and that we're asking for. Secondarily, in terms of stormwater management, we can't percolate back into the ground. So we have to have a system that collects, and in the full PDP, there are some examples that we've already put on that, but we have to carefully design those areas so that it gathers the water, collects it, and then it takes it to the storm drain after filtering it appropriately. Secondarily, we want to have good planting for the trees. But we don't want to have the infiltration between the stormwater and the trees because some trees like more water, some like less. And therefore, those have to be handled also very carefully, and they have to be under-drained back to the storm drainage system as well in order to allow for the appropriate growth to take place. So there's a certain amount of percolation that can be handled with some of the grassier or landscaped areas, and that's taken into account. But all of those, very details that have to be worked out will be presented when we come up with the final development plan for all of the, public spaces and the areas on the site. So let me move on for a minute. The pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular circulation, I think Maru covered maybe more the vehicular, but let me just point out they're similar on both sides. I think we want two major links for the, pedestrian connections from Horton Landing and the Emeryville Greenway through Hubbard Circle to Hubbard Street. We want to also have a connection to Halleck Street as well, so they're along the railroad tracks. And of course, there are the east-west connections and the other smaller connections, but those are the principal ones. And similarly, on the other option, the same principal connections are also desired. Bicycle follows also the same principle of having these dual connections, one through the center of the site and one along the railroad tracks, and similarly on both options. In terms of vehicular, the one thing I would say is that the entrance to the garage under option A is the end of Halleck Street. That is right at the terminus, and you come into the site that way. We do want to have fire department access on the, or the fire department would like fire department access on the trail adjacent to the rail tracks, so we have to accommodate both. But the intention is that the entrance to parcel C1 is off of Halleck Street, and there is one entrance off of Sherwin, which is shown on, into parcel B1. Otherwise, all of the garage entrances are within the project area. The Hubbard Circle is a one-way loop. 46th, or the new 46th Street, that's what we're calling it, is two-way through the center and provides, in both cases, access to C2. Because of the difference in this scheme, parcel C1 is accessed vehicularly separately. In this scheme, we have to access C1 through that connection to where there is a pedestrian link through the site, only on the ground floor and up above. But it's only a parking connection link. It's not a heavily traveled one. But there is no other way to do it because there has been, it's not desired to put a driveway, directly into C1 in this configuration. So those are some of the aspects of what our proposals cover, and we're here to hear your comments and to answer any questions you may have. There is a full PDP that has been submitted to the planning staff and has a lot of the standards and details. There was a mention, we do think that one of the things we are asking for is not to do the traditional requirements, or I should say the basic requirements for on-site open space, that is balconies on units, because we think that the kind of architecture that has been desired in this area would not be appropriate if every unit had a balcony on it. And therefore, we think that balconies may be desirable to some degree, but they ought to be more selectively placed rather than ubiquitously placed over a project of this scale and magnitude, which is different. So the architectural expression would be a lot better in terms of that kind of industrial, cutting edge look that you all seem to be very good at developing in your community, if we had that requirement placed over it. So we're suggesting that that be reconsidered. But, you can take a look at it when we get further into the final development plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant?
Could you pull back up the
Sure.
site plan, one of the site plans? Maybe one of the ones where you have the hatches. Just
yes.
Can you point out where the intended retail is on this site?
Okay. Generally, by the way, in almost all cases, our first priority for retail has been in this area. And by the way, this goes back to earlier proposals as well. We have, we think that at this point in time, there may be some key locations. Again, as I said, a lot of it has to do with more detailed outreach to potential tenants, because there's nothing worse, I just from my own experience, it's nothing worse than putting retail space and ending up with empty retail space, I'll tell you. So we have to be very careful about that. But right at the moment, we do see this corner right in here as having a great deal of potential, possibly for a restaurant. If it's the open space with this scheme, maybe there's a great potential even in this corner as well. Certainly along this frontage was our first choice for those kinds of uses. Along Horton Street, we didn't see this as a retail frontage. We did see this as a possible office frontage. And on the opposite side, we did see these as potential live-work types of units with ground floor accessibility, and therefore with a great deal more activity. But at this point in time, we, as I said earlier, our main aspect is to try to create uses and activities that will contribute to the creation of the public realm and to the activities even in the Muse area here between Parcel A and Parcel B1 as well. So,
in that Muse area, is that intended to be gated? Is that private?
The Muse area is intended to be accessible during certain times of the day, but not at all times. In other words, it can be closed off in the evenings. It's really intended to be during those periods of time when it's closed, it would be accessed by the residents. There would be residential on the ground of B1, and there certainly is office in Parcel A as well.
I have just a couple questions. Since we're on this slide, I'll go with the parking thing. I understand, well, if you can go back to the parking circulation, either plan, would be fine. Because I'm still fixating on Halleck Street, and the reason being is I see a lot of traffic coming off of Horton Street, and especially with that diverter getting into Horton Street.
Good point.
is going to be kind of difficult. You're loading a lot of cars into the area that we want to be kind of where people hang out at the Central Green and this park and et cetera. And to me, it just seems totally natural that you would extend Halleck Street, especially if you're going to make it accessible to fire trucks. It would definitely handle a car. And in this iteration or in Plan B, you could enter both parcels, C1 and 2, from the backside. So you take all those cars that were now entering the site to get to those parcels, either from Horton Street, Hubbard, or Sherwin Street, now would all come in off of Halleck Street. Or not all of them, but I mean, we're going to talk about a lot of people who's coming off the freeway and stuff. So I understand the idea that we want a bike path, but we share roads all the time. And to me, the reason we're doing the diverter on Horton is to keep that as a bicycle boulevard. So I think, and then if you go back to the other, like, option B, you have more cars pulling into that project now because now all these people in parcel C1 have to pull in here. So and even if you had them come all the way in on Halleck Street to the back end, say the north end of parcel C, they can enter and then use the bridge to go into parcel C1. So I just don't see why we're not making better advantage of a lower volume street to take some volume off of Horton. And I think the traffic study is going to give us more information on if this is something we really need to do. But that's something I'd really like to push for. And then the other question I have is, do you feel that in your specified, in your plan that you can eventually meet the design guidelines of the city? In the staff report, it said there were areas that you guys were not meeting the allowable or needed square footage for planting areas by the curb, the sidewalk, and the planting areas by the building. So I just want to know this.
Okay, let me take the first one first. The one thing I forgot to mention that I was going to is we did put in the traffic diverter, but that is not this project's project. We put it in because people said it might be there, but it could be elsewhere. I think we certainly would support the bicycle orientation of Horton Street. So I don't know, to what degree the community will settle on how to do that aspect of it. There is, we're in a little bit of a dilemma because, we would have to use the city parcel for access if we did what you say. And we're in a dilemma because not only do we know if the trade can occur in a reasonable time frame, we don't know if the city parcel can be used for some other purpose like you're mentioning, but that could be looked into. But, and the only other thing that, we'd have to recognize a constraint in terms of sort of the grades and the slurry wall that is at the edge of the property line and how that could be handled between the two, but that could be investigated. So I think that's an idea that maybe, we'll take a look at, but I think might best be handled during the environmental process and we look at the traffic counts and all of that during that time. But it's an interesting idea and we'll keep it in mind.
I'd appreciate that if it was looked at in those reports.
Okay.
And then the sidewalks and the street plans.
I think it's only a question of the, we have, I believe, we have the same sidewalk width that's called for in the guidelines. The question is that we think we need more than 4 feet for the street trees.
Mm-hmm. Well, just reading on page 9 of the staff report.
We put 6 feet in the street trees and a little less in the pedestrian areas because we thought that was a better balance. But we can do it either way, but a PDP does allow you to vary. But the overall width of the sidewalks is the same as in the guidelines. It's just how we distribute it. And if we'll discuss it with staff in greater detail, and if that's an issue, it can be responded to very
I think
easily,
generally it was in compliance. There were a few places where it didn't appear to be. I believe along existing Sherwin Avenue, perhaps, and perhaps along existing Horton Street. The cross sections within the project itself are certainly in compliance. Pretty close.
And maybe, thank you very much, Charlie. We have dilemma on Sherwin because the sidewalks aren't wide enough. But we are setting back 5 feet on Sherwin, and therefore we will get additional space.
Well, as Boris says, we do need to discuss this further with the applicant, but concerning Horton Street and Sherwin also, we would expect that the sidewalks will be rebuilt, that we won't just be reusing the existing sidewalks, which means we could also relocate the curb if we needed to.
Oh, well, we do have to talk about it. I think parcel A is built to the edge of the property line, and, that's, so if we're, yes, we need to talk.
Just as long as you guys work, because I'm just reading when the staff report on page 9 suggests that you currently don't meet it in all the areas. So if it's something that can be worked out, because we've done in the Park Avenue District already on Park Street itself with the great sidewalks, it makes a difference.
Oh, sure. No,
Commissioner Keller, this is a study session, and we'll work this out. We are very aware, staff is aware that we do have design guidelines, especially regarding sidewalk widths. So let me assure you that staff and the applicant team will be having a lot of conversations on this.
We concur.
Are there any other questions for the applicant?
I have one more. I remember it was sort of a part of the last time this came before us. The elevation on Hubbard is shown at 11.7, and that at Hubbard Circle at 16. So what's the accessible path from Hubbard Street to Hubbard Circle?
We would be from Hubbard Street to Hubbard Circle will meet accessibility requirements that will keep it under a 1 in 20 slope. So it's not a 1 in 12, it's a 1 in 20. So approximately 4.5–5%, less than becoming a ramp.
So for the 4-foot elevation change from, okay.
You probably don't have the detailed grading plan yet.
Yeah, no,
but
no.
Yeah. We've worked it out, so it does work. And by the way, on the 46th Street, it's like 2% or 1%, and it's very, very shallow. But we do have some grades, and we are cognizant of that, and we would want to be able to meet it appropriately.
Other questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we will go ahead and open the public comment. So if anyone would like to speak on this item, please come forward. If there are a lot of people, if you could kind of form a line, and then if everyone could make sure they adjust the mic so they're speaking right into it, and then please sign in after you're done speaking.
Hi, I'm Donna Briskin at 1500 Park, and earlier this week I sent you all an email from our ad hoc committee about our concerns and support of this project. It was also signed by our full board of directors and 16 other residents in our building. Our building's had a tradition of not being involved in the community, and what we're seeing is that the interest in this project and other things going on in the community is just escalating. So we're very pleased with the involvement. I also want to say we want this project to go forward, done right. We think it'll enhance the neighborhood by adding energy and life. Our district's ambience is precious, and we need to work together to protect this unique historic and artistic nature of the Park Avenue. We also want to thank all of you, the city staff, the developers, and the Planning Commission for going ahead with 2 plans. Clearly, A is the better, in our opinion, and we understand the complexity of the land swap, and I don't know, to me it's pretty extraordinary that we're going to pursue both, and I hope that we'll get resolved quickly, and we're encouraging the city, as is everybody, to resolve that. Option A, the reason it's so much better for us, the 2 primary ones are obviously that doesn't put a building right outside our building. But also I think it makes the park a better public park space than that sort of dead area back by the railroad tracks. Option B also, as Commissioner Keller pointed out, does not have the access to a garage from Halleck. And again, we think that this being such a landlocked parcel, it's really important to spread this traffic as much as we can. There's obviously a built-in conflict, compression between the car demand and the bike boulevard, and so we're also looking forward to a complete traffic study as part of this project. on that conflict with the Bike Boulevard, or, again, the increased demand, we'd like to encourage that the bike pathing through the development be really good, so that we're not only trying to keep cars off Horton, but we're trying to move some of the bike traffic, even if it's just the recreational bikers, onto the property. We're glad that there's going to be significant parking, and that the access to that parking is coming out of 46th and then dispersing, hopefully mostly north onto Horton. And we are disappointed, quite frankly. We know it's within their rights, but we would have liked to have seen the frontage on Sherwin and Horton be even lower, so that it didn't exceed the height of the existing parcel A on their part, or that front of our building, which is 42 feet, I think, on our side. So we understand it's within the guidelines, but we would have liked to have seen that lower. Anyway, thank you very much for reading our submission and for considering our input.
Thank you.
Let me just change this so at least you're looking.
Yep, Boris, can you put the keyboard down so that people won't accidentally hit it?
Oh.
Keyboard, just put it off to the side so people don't hit it by mistake. And the mouse?
It's a mouse, okay.
Yeah, thank you.
My name is John Wolf. I'm a resident of 1500 Park Avenue and on the committee that is watching the unfolding of the Sherwin-Williams project. We appreciate that the developer has spent time listening to the neighborhood. We much prefer option A. It would dampen traffic flow. It has 50 more parking spaces than option B, and for open spaces it is much more pleasing. However, the land ownership issues may prevent the implementation of option A. This leaves option B, some good points and bad. First, density and traffic. 540 units is quite a lot for a parcel locked on two sides. Traffic flow is in direct proportion to site density. It is worrisome. There's only two main exits for the development, Hubbard and Horton. The Planning Commission has already heard complaints about using the small street of Hubbard as the grand entrance to what the developer refers to as the Hubbard Circle. In option B, all new buildings, most new buildings, funnel their traffic primarily onto this circle and exit Hubbard. This is too many cars for Hubbard. Horton, the other main exit for the site, is the city's premier bike boulevard. But Horton, the vehicle thoroughfare rivaling Hollis, is already accommodating a daily car count of 3,000. And Horton has already provoked a neighborhood squabble over traffic and bike incompatibility, over diverting and blocking traffic. This is all before the development and its cars are added to the mix. It is a perplexing problem. And at this point, the developer and the city point to the traffic study as the next step for finding solutions. I hope for some innovative ideas. A good point, the bike path. The developer has stated he will create a bike path through the full north-south length of the development. We are in favor of this idea. This would give bicyclists on Horton a choice. I realize commute bicyclists prefer roads, but the pleasure bicyclists might opt for a safer and more scenic route. And lastly, the height issue. A cluster of 75-foot buildings, even with step-downs, is too much for this neighborhood. Currently, Sherwin Street and Horton are anchored by buildings that are 42 feet tall. This is the edge of the Park Avenue district. The existing Sherwin-Williams building, Parcel A, is a good example of an old industrial building that has a good feel to it. It is 42 feet tall. It should be the cornerstone of this project, not surrounded and overshadowed by new buildings that rise to near twice its height. Raise buildings C2 and D to higher heights, if need be, but keep the new buildings at the southern edge of the site compatible with the existing neighborhood. Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kim Steinbacher, resident and board member at 1500 Park. And I'd like to thank Donna and John for eloquently stating a lot of the issues that we've discussed at 1500 Park. And I think our letter that we turned in earlier captured a lot of what we have been interested in and what we're looking for in the project. I'm actually here tonight to read a statement on behalf of one of our small business owners who was unable to attend this evening. So this is from Krishna Hanks, and she owns East Bay Pilates at 1500 Park, and she's a current member of the Economic Development Committee and Committee on Aging. She says, as a small business owner since 2005 in Emeryville, I continue to advocate for projects that help maintain, grow, and encourage small business development in Emeryville. We have a vibrant, artistic, and eclectic community where locally owned and operated businesses can thrive if given the chance. We have for years had an empty lot that is a blight on our district. Our business sees the Sherwin-Williams project, and particularly Option A, as a chance for positive change similar to the achievements on Park Avenue. If as a city we truly support small business, this is a chance to back that up with action. And I will say that I also agree with her statement on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sharon Wilshire, and I live at 1420 45th Street, which is one of the buildings of the 45th Street Artists Cooperative. And I think that maybe we're all putting a lot into the possibilities of the traffic study, myself included, just in terms of how some of the issues that are in this area now, especially with Horton being a bike boulevard, things that in terms of looking just a little bit beyond this postage stamp, looking a little beyond to see how traffic could flow through this area. There are actually 5 residential properties that are right on the immediate interface, either on Horton or Sherwin, to this property. Some of them with driveways that dump right out onto the street there. So, one of our buildings, for example, the new 46th Street is almost right across from our driveway, and it's already an issue just getting out onto the street. So, and I did think about something, and I love all the ideas about a trolley, but I was just thinking maybe on the railroad spur, a trolley would help to solve some of our problems to have. I think that it seems that most of the pedestrian flow is really north-south, not so much east and west. I don't really know how much, at least off of Horton, how much that's really been improved. So those are just a few comments, and we thank the developers for the time that they've spent with community meetings, and we look forward to more of them. Thank you. Thank you.
My name is John Bowders. I'm a resident of the Park Avenue District as well, over here in the Bessler Lofts building. I would like to begin by thanking the developers for listening to the community in respect to the traffic study we're going to have in the green space. I provided some comments in advance just to summarize what I wanted to discuss briefly tonight, which is an item that's been on your minds and on the minds of the City Council when it reviewed this previously, but was not mentioned this evening. That's the affordability of the housing that will go into this proposal. I am the Director of Policy at Housing California, and we are the state's leading nonprofit in advocacy for affordable housing development. The opportunity to make sure that this project includes affordable housing is now. The developers should be encouraged to access and contact affordable housing developers. There are at least a dozen in the East Bay who would partner with them to make sure that some portion of this project includes affordable housing for low-income and fixed-income renters. If we give up the entitlements that the developers are seeking now, we legally lose the ability under existing law to require that later. In lieu fees, which most developers have pursued here in Emeryville, are ineffective to developing affordable housing. In lieu fees require us to put that money aside. It takes years for us to build up a sufficient fund to do an affordable housing development, and we lose keeping up with what our current need is. I provided attached to my comments, ABAG came out with its RENA for 2014 to 2022. And this is an opportunity for us to put a dent in what our regional housing needs allocation is going to be. Again, I wanted to just point out a couple things. There's a lot of money that came online, projects I personally worked on this year related to affordable housing. Prop 41 passed in June. That's $600 million of general bond money that can be used to house formerly homeless veterans. That's money affordable housing developers will have access to if they're in partnership with a private developer. $100 million in general funds was dedicated to the MHP and the MSHP programs. Again, that's for affordable housing development for families. And finally, we're currently in the process of putting regulations together on the implementation of cap and trade dollars. And one of the biggest things that's being overlooked here is that there's going to be a ton of money available annually to do transit-oriented development for projects that are within a certain radius of a transit hub. And the transit center and the Amtrak station are both situses that would make this project available for that money. And so I would encourage you to ask the developer to partner with an affordable housing developer to make sure that a portion of these units gets developed at an affordable level for families and seniors. Beyond that, I'll save my comments on traffic. I don't probably have any time left, 10 seconds. I'll save my comments on traffic for another hearing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tito Young, and I live at 5855 Horton Street, just down the block from here. And I want to thank everybody for a very exciting project. I think it's kind of wonderful. Option A to me is, in fact, the most wonderful because it does have an opening for the space, and I'm really all about spaces and how they work. And I just see that option B just kind of feels like it, kind of a park back there that, you know, kind of gets lost and kind of blocks everybody off. But I also want to make a comment about the fact of the architectural feel of the buildings themselves, where there was a discussion regarding the balconies versus non-balconies and making sure that there's a series of patterns. And I want to be a real stickler about that because it's the patterns and the shapes that actually can do things to the FAR as much as possible. They do make balconies, and sizing does change volume. So in some cases, it might make a building appear, you know, physically smaller. At the same time, I think it'd be really good that as they're designing the buildings, focal points are really established from various places, and one of them would be that park in the center, and the other one would be in the over by what would be to the south side of the property. Also, there's one place that I think would be more interesting to think about is the cutoff area where right at the middle of the lot it kind of comes up and then drops over. Not really much you can do with it. Where the north side of the site happens, well, right there is a parking lot, and it's just a great parking lot. So if it's possible, talk to the owners of that lot about something that could in fact be part of this project rather than just be an alien line that happens between one side and the other. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Phyllis Larimore. I live at 1500 Park, and two things I wanted to ask about. The first is that someone recently told me that there were meetings with Sherwin-Williams maybe 5 or 6 years ago, and at those meetings, it was stated by people from Sherwin-Williams that there would not be condos in this, you know, the upcoming development that they were planning and or envisioning. And the reason for that was that the toxic land underneath, selling properties in the development would represent too much of a liability for Sherwin-Williams. So they were ruling out at that point any condo development. And one of my biggest concerns about this entire development is that it's all rental, but no one has said this piece that I just heard about the other day. So it was suggested by the development team at some point that they were going to map the project for condos, but that it was going to be all rental unless, you know, the market changed. So I haven't heard any discussion of that in this session, and So I wonder what the reality, what the truth is. Is there this sort of ruling out by the owner of the property, Sherwin-Williams, of selling, and that's the reason that there are no condos in this entire development versus rental property? And if not, is there still any potential that some of this could be sold, some of these units could be sold as opposed to being entirely rental? So that's my first concern. And my second concern is of course, the traffic. I do not like the idea of having anything more on Halleck Street or Hubbard Street, but somehow, even though I live on Hubbard Street, I'm not, it's virtually going to be impossible to have much more happening on Hubbard Street because it's so busy all day. In the evening, it's not, but so that's, but Halleck, I'd like to preserve that bit of peace that we have around our building. So please don't put anything on Halleck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Scott Donahue, 1420 45th Street at the Artists Co-op. I'm also on the BPAC, and we looked at this as an improvement from the first iteration, and we, of course, liked A as a preference. We think that having that centralized park is really good. One of the things we really talked about was having sufficient protected bicycle parking at ground level so that a site that's going to be as dense with traffic as this would offer the option of walking and cycling for the residents to get out of the site during rush hour. It's going to be so dense, but if you need to go get some supplies, get your dinner, we've just somehow got to make another option. And that option realistically is walking or bicycling. So bicycle storage is important to have enough and have it be truly accessible and protected and really work, because that's the kind of lifestyle that is going to be found to be effective in a site like this, and perhaps have an element of beauty to it, a new urban life where people get out of their cars and really do have a public life on the street with their neighbors. And I like that they are really talking about having much more of the project at ground level that offers interaction with neighbors and with users of the site to experience it as a neighborhood and as a public park. And this site really does emphasize the need for the bridge across the railroad tracks. I think that's going to be hard for us to not have it and have this site really work. And I think that's something we have to pay attention to as a city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Craig Hong. I'm at 1500 Park Avenue. I think option A is the way to go. It's the open spaces, they all are interconnected. And I can see standing in Hubbard Circle, the sight lines would be far more pleasing. Also, it is self-serving that I am at 1500, but also I think the residents of the new development would also prefer and be attracted more to Plan A because of the open sites. And also, the way the two parcels at the top are configured, it's like the World Trade Centers. It also like negates the draft that comes from two buildings abutting each other, juxtaposed that way. And also, it's just a dispersal of the developed units that create a more open and a more eccentric and less regimented configuration, like the box 4 grid configuration like Plan B. It's, that is by far the inferior design. So I hope everyone understands that option A is really preferable if anyone would had the choice. And I hope they can swap out at the zoning constraint for the northern proposed option B park, which is isolated. And would also like obstruct people who have like various activities in the open spaces. It would isolate them from their kids or their friends, depending on what kind of activities they're engaged in. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers? All right, well, thank you everyone for your comments. We'll go ahead and close the public comment period, and we'll bring this back to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Keller, do you want to get us started?
Do you really want to start with me?
Go for it.
Okay, y'all need to go to the bathroom or anything? I'll try to make this as quick and succinct as possible. First of all, I want to thank for the improved project. I think you guys have made strides, leaps and bounds in making a better project. I don't think it has to be said, but I'm going to reiterate it. Everyone wants option A. So I think the city staff needs to really work on that and make sure that this could happen. I'm really happy with the increased square footage of the commercial and flex space. I understand that you prefer to have as much retail space rented out when you're doing it, but you're not building a shopping center. And I think if you don't build commercial or retail space, we'll never get those amenities. So if it has to sit empty a while, there are tax advantages for that. And I think we really need to do more with that. I like the fact that you're doing some live work, but if you go along Powell Street or along the Greenway, those places aren't used. Their windows are shut, their blinds are shut. I never see anyone go out those doors. So I like live work, I like a little bit, but I'd like to see more space that's going to activate it. I like the broken up buildings, making it a fine grain and walkable neighborhood. And I like the use of reclaimed water where we can use it. I think that's important for us to do anywhere. The one major dislike I don't like is I don't like the Emery-go-round making the loop in the whole way. Riding that out to Watergate when it makes that loop out by the towers and stuff, it's very clumsy, it's very awkward. I'd rather see it come down, if we even do the diverter, if it comes down Horton Street, turns onto 46, comes in the middle of Hubbard Circle, and then exits that way, it would be better than making a loop. And I think it would be just really disruptive, especially towards that north end park, to have the Emery go around there. We have 8 findings that we're supposed to have, so I'm going to kind of briefly go through those. I feel the siting of the parcels in the building is acceptable. And it goes without saying that we all want option 1 for parcel C, or option A for parcel C1. I think this, for the street circulation, we need to wait for the complete traffic report or study. But I still am at a loss why we're not looking at Halleck Street, and I'd really like to have that examined very closely. I'm happy with the open spaces, especially in option 1. The uses of open spaces, from my viewpoint, are as follows. I think the central green should be a more social and passive area. I think the open space to the north should be where we do our active recreation. I'd like to see it incorporated with the south end of Horton Landing Park. It could include, the court says it's shown, and the play equipment there. The open space along Sherman, whether that's in option A or B, I think should include the dog park. And generally, I think that should be free and open space. Something for room for events, but free of equipment and restrictives of the use, but maybe just simple open space. I feel the height as shown is good. I think it's what it needs to be. The mix of uses is much improved. I like the amount that we discussed. I believe the proposed categories for bonuses are acceptable, and I think we can come up with quite a few more, as I'll illustrate further on. I have several ideas to make for conditions, and they'll be as follows. For the conditions of approval, which I think some of these will create some more options for bonus opportunities for you, is number 1 that hasn't been discussed openly, but I think what I'd like to see, and I'd like to make this as a condition, is on the north side of the the pedestrian bridge coming from Bay Street has a nice sloping ramp to where we're not going to require an elevator on that bridge. I'd like to see that ramp mirrored on the south side so that people coming off that bridge and going to the south side of town don't have to go clear up north to the end of Horton Landing Park and circle back around. But I'd like to see a split of those ramps coming down into that park. So I feel that the affordable housing component is a must. I think with the new project we have coming online and the new building that we've just completed, we've done enough with isolating the people of lower income, and I think I'd like to see them integrated into the community as much as possible. I'd much prefer that than an in lieu fee. How that works out, I think, can come later on in the FDP, but I think affordable units are key, and I think I'm going to feel that's going to need to be a condition of approval. As Mr. Donahue had expressed, I think we need to do bike lockers in all parking garages. Ground floor would be great, scatter them throughout, but I'd even like to see an honest attempt to install bike lockers, which is open to the public in the parcels. Install car share pods within the project in the garages and on the streets. Identify the proper space for bike share. I really want to stress this for if we do this, it'll show Bike Share Bay Area that we are serious about having them come to Emeryville by committing to a location even before they've committed to us. I think we need, as I'm going to suggest in every project we get, that we provide AC Transit Easy Passes for the residents and the employees, and provide electronic transit info signs wherever possible. Some of the suggestions I have for bonus points is to pay an in lieu fee perhaps for the Cultural Arts Center, because I understand that's part of the Park Avenue District Plan, but I know we can't do that just yet, but I think maybe part of an in lieu fee to support that. And looking at some of the Transform Green Trips initiative, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Transform and their Green Trip initiative, but I think you should acquire, if you can't acquire total certification, I think you should at least contact them as a starting point and see what can be done. That would also help our traffic situation. I agree with the staff report that maybe you can contribute to the phase 2 of Horton Landing Park as suggested by the DCC. And I'd kind of be interested to find out if we have a value on the land and what the remediation would cost, but I don't know that we need to spend that time tonight doing that. And again, using the reclaimed water. And then finally, the residents of Park Avenue took a lot of time and effort in writing some of their concerns to us, so I would like to address a few of those comments that they made. And first, I'd like to address the comment on parking. And there's a common phase that's pretty much accepted as fact anymore, and that is if you plan for cars, you get more cars. My experience living in a building with a 5-story parking structure is that there isn't enough, there's not enough space in the garage, but people are lazy and want to park close to the building or the front door, as close as possible. So as much as they do this so much so as to violate no parking signs at private property. I think the solution is not over-parking in neighborhoods so much as it is managing the on-street parking itself. Overbuilding parking is costly both in money to the developer and future residents, and it also costs our environment. I believe the developer can work with Transform in their Green Trip program that we could reduce the amount of parking and even improve the neighborhood parking. Secondly, I agree with the newly installed diverter on Horton Street, and if we do that, it should not direct traffic into the neighborhood. I really like the diverter, but this is a pending problem. In my short time looking at the problem, I see it as a difficult one to solve. The one idea I did come up with is to put a very obvious sign at 40th Street and Horton that states closed to through traffic. Then at Park Avenue, which is the last place they could turn before actually getting into the neighborhood, but by Park Avenue and Horton, I think again we should place a very obvious sign that says through traffic must turn right. I realize this is not going to stop someone from proceeding forward in the neighborhood, but it would definitely direct people in the proper way to go. In conjunction with this subject, there was a suggestion of rerouting the bike lane from Horton to the Greenway extension to Halleck and then Beat Street. This rerouting I do not support. As a very confident and sometimes aggressive biker to a fault, Beat Street is where I actually broke my collarbone and 2 bones in my thumb last year. This street is a terrible condition, and I don't see Oakland fixing it any time in the next decade. So I think we need to leave Horton Avenue as our bicycle boulevard, and it doesn't preclude people from using the new pathway as a pleasure path or whatever, but I don't want to see the designation changed. And that side of the freeway over there at Beach and Wood Street is really just very unpleasant altogether. Thirdly, and I think it's too early in the process to get into the architectural details, but I feel that at our last study session, the city and all of us made it abundantly clear we want finishes and styles that fit the neighborhood, and we do not want any tri-colored or multicolored stucco boxes. But since we're working with a new partner of Lanier, I think it's a good time to make that issue generally known that we want quality construction, quality architecture, and quality features. And lastly, I'd like to try and alleviate some of the fears generated by the unknown. The neighborhood I live in at Pacific Park Plaza, known as the North Bayfront, has very similar road and traffic constraints as the Park Avenue district. And taking into consideration only the buildings that are currently occupied in my neighborhood, not planned to be built, there are over 1,500 residential units in that neighborhood between Powell Street and 65th Street. I would say it is at least twice the density of the Park Avenue district with this proposed build-out. And I do not experience any real traffic impacts, and my area also includes the public market. So let's not let fear of the subpar project, don't let the fear create a subpar project and this a subpar neighborhood. Let's let the traffic report tell us what we need to know. And for now, that's it.
That was a lot.
I warned you.
So, yes, of course, Plan A is the preferred, but we do understand that, and I think it's great that we are going forward with both, just in case. And I am concerned with the traffic, and so we are going to need to see what the traffic report says. In terms of, yeah, I know we're not talking about a diverter versus a speed reduction, but that might be an option as opposed to actually diverting traffic. But I actually don't really understand how the traffic study is going to be carried out, and is it with the diverter or is it with?
With both. It's
It'll
going
be
to
both.
analyze with both.
Like they're
with
going to run
diverters
one and then they'll run another.
Yeah.
Okay. In terms of the circulation and layout, I agree with the Emery go-around not making the loop. That seems crazy. And I also very much like the idea of having a ramp come down from the proposed and hopefully soon to be built someday bridge across to Bay Street. If we're going to make this little commercial area viable, it's kind of, could think of it as like the anti-Bay Street, right? So this is a way to get people across and south, and it seems like it could easily, the sports court could be separated or something, but I think that's very important. I think the use mix is acceptable. I would prefer to keep the density at what the city is requiring. I think that it's dense enough. And I thought that was a very good point about the building height. Maybe, I'm not sure who made that in the public comments, but I thought the site, the C2 could be made higher, and I don't know about parcel D if that's possible to be made higher, but and again, I'm not sure if that would require a general plan amendment, but it would be nice to have the frontage on Horton Street reflect the lower height, and maybe step back, or even just stepping back a little bit more aggressively in terms of open space, sky space. So I'm not sure how that's all working out with the volumes and densities that you're dealing with. I think the DCC, the BPAC, and the Park and Rec recommendations were all good, and the live workspaces in the mix work, although I have noticed that indeed it is hard to see anyone doing anything in them ever. They just look like kind of vacant storefronts. Truck loading bays need to be designed all to be on site, so that's an important circulation related issue. And I also agree that materials need to be of very high quality. We have this industrial realm here that we're working with. It's the brick, concrete, steel, and we're really tired of seeing stucco, so that's or hardy board. And definitely no dead walls. This is a site that will be seen, we're not sure about that parking lot, but I think it's time that the city stops thinking in terms of dead walls and everything needs to be activated. I think the circle, the Hubbard Circle,
In that, I'll just add that, yeah, I would echo the comments that have been given about including affordable housing in the project. I think that's a, sort of a goal that we all share and is, something that would be really important here. Also, I, just want to say for the record, as I think I've said before, I really wish that the city council would give us some sort of mechanism to require some degree of ownership housing. So we don't currently have that in the form of any sort of policy, and it's only going to get more and more important as we go forward, unless there's significant economic changes on the horizon, which I'm not seeing at this time.
Well, I think they could probably get away with it if they remove the affordable housing requirement from condominiums. Then you might get condominiums, but they're so imbalanced now that nobody would want to build it.
Well, and I also think it's the market right now, and it's also the 10-year responsibility of them being responsible for the construction of it for 10 years. I think that's a heavy indicator that they don't want to get into that trap.
On another comment of yours, as far as the idea of moving parcel C2 to the south, I do feel like something gets lost there in this whole idea of the buildings opposite each other on the Hubbard Circle. I actually wonder if there's a way to, I know option B sort of creates a sort of a bottleneck at the Hubbard Street connection to Hubbard Circle, and that's sort of, there's an appeal to that in a way, and then you kind of go through there and then it opens back up to this circle. But maybe the alternative, if we're moving C1 to the west, would, instead of a bottleneck, just sort of create a funnel into it instead, with a little bit of park on the near parcel B1 as well, or something along those lines. I'm not sure, but I do feel like moving parcel C2 to the south kind of gets rid of this whole north-south axis. And I also think that I think parks that are of a decent size and interspersed around, like between residential and retail spaces, are more alive than large expanses of park. I think that large expanses of park can be a little bit overrated, and I think if we ended up bunching a bunch of the buildings to the south and then having this big expansive park, the park might get less utilization, and I think we'd create some darker alleys and stuff between buildings like C2 and C1. I don't know.
And if I could, I just have one more comment to make, and this is more going into the future. And they talked about the private outdoor space and that they're not really looking to match that or meet our requirements. And the one thing I'd just like to say about not having outdoor space is, looking down at the apartments that I look down on, I see a lot of outdoor space that's underutilized, although I like it and I think it should be part. In this project, I think it could work in our favor by not providing outdoor space that's private to get the people out in the community. We have all this great park space that we're putting in this project, and I think if people lack it in their own space, they will go out into the community and use what's there. So I just wanted to put that out there, as if it really doesn't work for the developer to meet our current standards for the private outdoor space, it could work in our favor to get people to activate these spaces that we're creating.
I agree with that. People never use the balconies. All these buildings have balconies. You never see anybody out on them. Occasionally junk will be stored on them, but that's about the extent of it.
I see some use, but I wouldn't say they're greatly used.
Yeah. I actually would like to ask staff a question about that. What would be, I understand this is a PUD, but in the planning regulations, what are the requirements about swapping common open space for private open space? Do
I'm not sure I can tell you the exact numbers off the top of my head, but actually, thank you for this opportunity, because I did want to clarify one thing that the applicant said. The open space requirement for residential does not necessarily mean that every unit has to have a balcony. If it, you know, I mean, if it's ground level, obviously it could be a deck, but there is both a private open space requirement, which is for each individual unit. I believe it's 60 square feet. And then there's also a common open space requirement for each unit, which I think, do you remember what that is? 20 square feet, something like that. Anyway, and what that means is common open space, of course, is like your podium courtyards, or your roof deck garden kind of thing that is available to all residents of the building, not to the general public, but to all residents of the building. And there is an ability to swap the private open space for the common open space. It's at a 2-to-1 ratio. So if you don't provide any private open space for an individual unit, then you have to provide an additional 120 square feet of common open space, for that unit in the common open space that's provided. So there's a number of different ways that it can be met, and we've told the applicant that if they are proposing to modify it, if they are not proposing to modify it, then this PUD will just be subject to the open space requirements as they are. If they are proposing to modify it, then they need to tell us exactly what the open space requirement would be if they were to meet it, and how they're proposing to modify that. So I mean, staff certainly would like to see that, and I think the commission would want to know that as well. But I would say I think there are probably some opportunities for, first of all, for some balconies and some private open space for individual units, and there's also opportunities for some common open space. It most likely would end up being on the roofs, because I don't see where else they could put it, because there aren't any real podiums here, but there are some opportunities for that.
And that, I mean, that does bring up, just because we have the park setting doesn't, in my mind, doesn't mean that we should avoid having some courtyards or some common decks and balconies that overlook these parks. I think there'd be a nice interaction between individual building open spaces and the parks if they're visually connected.
May I make?
Go ahead.
May I make one other observation? I don't want to be a buzzkill here, because I don't disagree with the desirability of having another ramp to the bridge that would come to the south. But I think that train may have already left the station, so to speak. The dispute that we're in with the state about that money has to do with whether or not that bridge was really, I guess you'd call it an enforceable obligation in their lingo, meaning that it was ready to go. It was ready to be built. We didn't have a contract signed with a construction firm to build it, but we were just about there. I mean, the construction drawings have all been prepared with showing the ramp, just the one to the north. And the reason that it was designed that way was that, and that was years ago. At that time, Sherwin-Williams was just a big vacant, contaminated site. We knew it was something was going to happen with it eventually, but at that point, we had no ability to design something that would access the Sherwin-Williams site. So the bridge got designed. It's all ready to go with the construction drawings, and if we finally win our court battle with the state, then hopefully we'll be able to take those construction drawings and go ahead and build the thing. But if we had to redesign it at this point to add another ramp, I think we may not be able to build it at all, frankly. So I just want to let you know that. What kind of a reality check here?
So with that in mind, is it designed, because like I said, this is so old, I can't even remember what the design looks like, but does it preclude adding a ramp as a second phase of the bridge?
Possibly not.
Yeah.
Possibly not. I mean, yeah. You
It'd
could,
be total separate, different for the bridge, get the bridge done, build it, and then have the money to build this second ramp afterwards.
Yeah,
As a
that's
separate
sort
plan.
of what I was
I'm not an
envisioning.
engineer, obviously, but I think that could be, that's possible. Something to consider, yeah.
All right, any other comments? All right, well, seeing none, then I think, I'll just make sure there's nothing else here. We have commissioner comments. So are there any comments about anything else? No? All right, well, then seeing none, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone, for coming.